Full sword.
No, you don't.
You have a striking longsword, though.
I do now.
Oh, so
Striking.
a note for you on that is your shield doesn't automatically work. You actually have to use an action to raise your shield at the end of your turn if you want to.
That makes sense. Did you watch the video? Terry sent a video.
He didn't watch the video.
No, of course I didn't watch the
I
video.
knew Vivi would watch the video. And
Hey, honestly, everyone always gives me flack because I'm only the one. I don't prepare for sessions
there
and
it
I
is.
just prepare my food. I actually
found
watched
it.
the video, so I'm proud of myself. Thank you very much.
Good job.
I did that. I prepared for the session and I prepared my food. I feel very accomplished today.
okay.
Different Dora.
Sundered Waves. Okay,
Not
that's
the
up
Explorer.
there. Okay.
Also, is that a Maine Coon?
A what?
What?
In the chat, the cat. Is that a Maine Coon?
No, she's a Siberian forest cat.
Yes, of course. She's so
My hun.
cute.
Mangoon.
She's the
It's
cutest.
what's for dinner.
Dora, go talk to her. She wants a home garden.
So can they hear us? Have we checked?
I
Nope,
can
not.
turn it on.
Because it's not a Tuesday without technical difficulties. Yes,
I
they
mean,
can.
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear. I can hear us.
Josh had some issues last night too.
Oh.
Oh yeah, with how loud
Oh,
stuff
drop
was.
and she was dropping and coming back. Dropping and
Oh
coming
yeah,
back,
yeah. Silver.
Uh,
That wasn't on me though.
I know it wasn't your. I'm just saying technical difficulties. I never said anything. It was about you.
Magic of
Levana, Coco Cabana.
I just had an advertisement on
It's because you watch subs.
but I am subbed.
Oh, you are.
You are now.
You're really loud,
You're-
Rory.
Is your microphone switched for something?
Yeah, like location.
You got extra loud.
Yeah, you got super loud. Like
How
So
about-
Rory, I think you got super loud.
The
So
power
loud.
of your voice. What?
Is this the same?
No,
But no.
No,
It's
it's
much
less
lower.
echoey background stuff. Because like when the other one, it was like. That's what
actually,
it
it was. See, it was more like.
So I'm gonna say that
No,
my
I
mic is
do-
probably in a better spot because
Yes.
I had to turn my
That's
mic
much better,
down.
by the way.
So
Okay. Yes.
I must have got it in the right spot after like a year and a half.
You always do.
Gross.
I don't even know how to respond to that, so I'm not going to.
I just decided not to.
Yeah.
Wait, I know what I need to do.
What?
So
Yep. I'm waiting for the GIF. Come on. Yeah.
so
There it
is
is.
high
Wouldn't be
good?
Tuesday
Is
without
high
it.
bad, I mean?
Exactly.
Being high.
No, that's not
Possibly.
what I said. You gotta actually listen, Charles.
Oh, sorry.
That's crazy. Why would he do that?
Why would I do that?
Are numbers like 20 less beneficial than numbers like 5? Is this that edition where everything's flipped backwards?
No.
No.
Oh,
It's
That's
so
not Cthulhu.
But
a
AC
natural.
20 is still a good thing.
Yes.
No.
yes.
So that's just
And-
first edition that screwed all that up?
Probably.
No.
Thaco.
First edition Pathfinder still was high AC better than.
Oh yeah, it
That's
was.
just- Is that just
But it
D&D
was
then?
no, it was it. Yeah, you.
That would be like early D&D. Yeah,
Hmm.
with Sacco and everything.
Yeah.
Where, yeah.
Yeah. Sacco. Sounds like something Josh would say.
Yeah.
But you can crit in
Oh,
more
on
ways
a
than just a
plus,
natural
yeah.
20 here.
Oh, really?
If you get 10 more than their AC, it's a crit
Oh.
as well.
I
as a
remember
20.
that.
So,
So if they have an AC of 5 and you get a 15,
that's a
you
crit.
crit them.
That's
Yep.
a crit, yeah.
Ah, that's an interesting concept.
And
Which
it
which
works-
means
It works the
Okay.
same way in opposite too,
Yeah.
with fumbles. So if you get
critical failures.
like if you 1 or 10 less than their AC, then it's a critical failure.
Now, having said that, that's why it's so important to do things like get them flat-footed, etc. That reduces their AC.
Because you crit more readily.
I'm
Yep.
just gonna kiss. I'm gonna kiss one of
How
them.
do you get someone flat?
Because your kiss.
Yes.
Lots of ways.
Demoralizing
Flanking them, certain feats of
Demoralizing
to
them.
make somebody flat-footed. Mm-hmm.
And
Well, if you
it,
guys seen my character's face, that's kind of demoralizing right there.
yeah, he is.
I didn't
Yes.
see your character's face. What does your character look like?
I don't know if it'll show up.
And in Path Builder,
Whoa.
in Path
That's
Builder, all the way to the right, you can click actions, and you can see some of the basic actions that you can use.
Oh, I have a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, make sure you
Wow.
unclick things like class and skills and gear if you just want to see what the basic actions are.
Oh, does this work in the app that we have?
No, it's online.
Holy crap. Exploration. What is this? What does that mean? What are
I
you
like
doing?
that my little dude shows up.
Right.
Yeah, same. You should just hold them up the whole time.
So you're gonna hold him up like that and just voice him from there, and he could
That'd be great.
the little cutout.
All right, so I'm gonna take us to faces. How's that sound?
No,
Oh, okay.
no.
Not sure how I feel about having a face.
Here we
I
go.
don't wanna have a face,
Transition.
no.
We are
How I feel
faces.
about-
I don't know what I feel about having a face. I love that whole sentence. It was just like, I don't know how. I
This is
feel
where
about
John would say, "Welcome everybody to Blue Box
Oh.
RPG."
RPG.
I don't think that's
RPG.
what John says.
No, it
No.
doesn't.
It says
No.
BlueBoxRPG.
Is he just gonna hold up his character the entire?
I know, come on.
I
Right.
wouldn't be able to know
Just
any of
how
my
give you
stats.
That would have been great.
How dedicated to the bit are you?
I know
I'm
exactly.
dedicated.
Yeah, I'll take the challenge.
Yeah.
Welcome to Sundered Waves here on Blue Box RPG. We are doing a one-shot Path Builder 2E with your great favorite Greyhawk Awakening cast, which is fantastic, and we're gonna have a lot of fun tonight. And this one-shot is a little different than some one-shots out there, as we'll see as we go through. And we are we ready to get started? We can just get started, right?
Do you want me to do all the business stuff?
Yeah,
first
can
so
you
I
do the
the
business?
sponsors and
Yeah,
stuff?
you do that stuff.
All right, hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening for a very special one shot. First things off, I want to talk a little bit about our sponsors here on BlueBoxRPG. So, first of all, we are sponsored by Troller Games. They are the makers of Castles and Crusades, along with publishing several other things. So check them out. We do run a Castles and Crusades game on Friday nights in our Discord called Friday Night Crusades. So if you want to get in on that and join us, come over on our Discord and join us for that. Next up, we have Mantic Games. They are the makers of Terrain Crate, and they do the Kings of War stuff as well. So if you, Esther, you need to wait a moment. Thank you. Check them out for all of their terrain and minis and awesome stuff over on their website. We have Ferax Fabrications. Darren is a one-man band. He makes incredible stuff, does wood carving with lasers, and makes DM screens and mini holders and all sorts of really great accessories for your mini painting. And then we have the art of Mike Disney. Mike Disney is a fabulous mini painter, as well as an artist extraordinaire of all sorts. So you can check him out regularly on Twitch in the mornings. But if you want to check him out elsewhere, he's over on his link tree is linked in the chat. Next up, we have Cozy Gamer. She makes the sparkly click clacky math rocks that all of us dice goblins love so very much. And she's constantly getting new sets in and all sorts of stuff, so definitely go check her out. She's got some great stuff in her store. And last but not least, we have our newest sponsor, the only Cowboy Hob, the extraordinary artist of all of our she's working currently actually on updating all of our book 2 character art. So right now you can see when we are actually doing Greyhawk Awakening, he is in Hobbs' crafty hands. She has done a great piece for him, and she is actually going to be working on the rest of the characters. So that is all of our sponsors. Back to you.
Back to you in the booth. Fantastic. All right, so we're not gonna start slow. We're just gonna go right into it. Everybody ready?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Nope.
Nope, not at all. 5 years. That was the last time the four of you sailed together aboard the Brass Bird. Pursued by the Andorran Navy, it was the last time any of you saw Captain Renlock. Fortunately, you were set free after only a few months, but Renlock wasn't so lucky. He spent his last years in jail until an illness claimed his life. You learned of Renlock's death from his trusted companion, a clockwork parrot named Carlo that remained ever at his side. Just a few weeks ago, the bird sought you out to deliver the bad news and a piece of a map. While one side contains a cryptic clue, the other suggested you to travel to this beach on this morning to find the captain's most prized treasure. So here you are, along with 3 others, staring at the partially sunken remains of the ship you once called home. The smell of the surf and rotting wood hang heavy in the air, the silence broken only by the screech of faraway gulls on this lonely island north of the shackles. At this point, I'm going to have each of you introduce your characters, and we will start with Keiko.
Hello, I'm Keiko. I'm a tinker and I like shiny things, and I am very good at dealing with the mystical and eating curses. That's what I do best. And I'm sneaky.
Moving on from Keiko, we go to Levana.
Hello, my name is Levana Saltspray. I am a female. How do you pronounce this, Terry?
Female halfling. Oh, Chilaxian.
Chilaxian halfling cleric. I have a thirst for adventure after being at shore for a long time, and yeah, I just want to heal and adventure. That's what I want to do.
Next up, we have Elsir.
Yes, my name is Elsir. I am a sorcerer elf. Just kind of comes natural to me. Had various encounters with these 3 individuals, and at least one of them I get along with well. Kind of a birds of a feather kind of thing.
And we finish with Jadron.
How do you say his name? Jadron?
Jadron.
Okay. It's like, ooh, definitely knew that. Hello, my name is Jadron Tagar. I am a human fighter. I am a worshipper of the great Lady of Light, the Holy Sword. And I am here to see my fellow and once compatriots upon the brass bird, and I hope to find redemption within this arc, and I hope to find peace with what I once was.
As I said, it's been 5 years, though at times these 4 may have had disagreements. They have come to this island to seek closure. So we bring you to the island. So my players know you can see the map on Twitch, and you also will see, for those that have not seen a stream by me, I keep my combat tracker on screen. When we move into fighting, I ask that my players ignore the combat tracker, as it does give some information away. Generally, when I play with my normal group, they're actually inside Fantasy Grounds as well, and so they don't see the combat tracker in that way. And we have our map, and we shall begin. You're on the beach. Off to the east, you see the partially sunken remains of a ship. Other than that, it seems quiet. What is it you wish to do?
Levana will approach the boat, see if she can hear anybody or see if anybody needs help.
All right. I'm going to adjust our map on screen and bring Levana closer to the boat. As you move to the boat, having sunk many years ago, the rotting hulk of the brass bird brings back memories of your time aboard, sailing up and down the coasts of Avestan and Garund, chasing fame and fortune. But dreams of that glorious past have faded, and now all that remains is the half-sunken hulk of Captain Renlock's prized ship. Even now you can see the wheel where he steered the ship, shouting orders to you and the other crew members as you chased fortune together. You can still hear his final call to stand down as the Andron ships closed in. The call that likely saved your life. So you've moved, Levana has moved over towards the ship. What is the rest of the group doing?
Jadron.
Go ahead.
Nope. Jadron's just going to look around and just kind of look at the brass bird, look around at the area, reminiscing, and just with distant eyes, just be looking around. That's all. Just keeping an eye on the area.
Good.
I'll go ahead and move also towards the back end of the ship. Does the beach continue around? Like, is it in a little cove?
Indeed it does.
Okay. Is the ship close enough to be able to find a hole or some kind of area to look into or climb into?
Yes, you can, if you wish, make a check, which I'll give you in a second, to actually climb aboard the ship. The ship is not necessarily touching the banks, but it is close enough for you to move towards it and successfully get to it if you wish.
All right. It's not like crazy deep out there.
No, you will be swimming, so you will be making a check. But it's not, it is a cove that is shallow enough to kind of head out to without fear of being, washed away to sea.
So I'll just walk partially into the water till I'm waist deep. Stop there, but just continue to look in and see what I can glean from the situation.
As the two of you are looking, you see the sun begins to rise, and a single beam illuminates the captain's wheel.
You see that, Levana? You see the wheel? Remember that?
Yes. And? Do you see any other people on this boat?
Currently, I don't see anyone else, correct?
No, you do not see anyone else.
And it's been sunk for a while. It's
correct.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, I can't guarantee there won't be any antics, but perhaps we could go on to the ship, board the ship, and see what we find. Perhaps the others could come along.
Okay. I'll go get Jadron. How do you say his name?
Jadron.
Jadron. Jadron.
Yes.
Jadron. Okay, I'll go. I'll go get Jadron. Hang on one second. And then she'll go over to Jadron.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to go on the boat.
DM to player or DM to player to DM.
Yes.
Saying it the other way. It says in my backstory, at least,
Right.
that Kahlo arrived bearing a cryptic request.
Correct.
I'm guessing that's just the fact to come here and to find the treasure. Do we have any remembrance where Captain Rinlock
Yes.
had the treasure?
So
he would store it?
you've not been here before. This would have occurred after you all were taken away. This treasure was something that he hid, and then had the ship essentially shipwrecked here. Being a fairly well-known captain, when he went to prison, he still had connections on the outside.
Gotcha. But did we know that he would keep the treasure on board the ship, or whether he had it elsewhere?
You wouldn't know that exactly. Looking at the ship itself, you can tell that anything that was on there is probably gone now. But that it's not something you're going to be certain about.
Okay. I'm not wholly sure if there will be anything on board, seeing as it's probably been picked clean years ago, but if he feels that it will help, then let's do it.
All right. So Jadron then makes his way up with the others. Kako, what are you up to?
Kind of looks around for a few moments. Reaches out, kind of tries to feel the vibrations.
Feels very fortuitous.
And then she kind of goes and joins the others.
All right. So who is then attempting to make their way to the ship? Are all four of you?
I will not step in the water, but I will do my best to help others in any way I can.
All right. If you are going to attempt to go to the ship, please give me an athletics check.
All right.
Kako, do you plan to go?
Mm.
All right. Good times. I will as well.
I rolled a 29 altogether. You said athletics?
Yes, athletics.
Okay, yeah, 29.
All right.
Where is the plus?
So you are Elsir. Your athletics is a +0.
So that's the strength
Uh,
modifier?
so yes. So it's
Yeah, your
yes.
strength. Is
Yes.
I got an 18 flat roll.
All right.
Nice.
Gonna steal my son's dice more often.
your
So the two of you begin to wade out, and especially Kako. Kako is at home in the water, and it's unusual to see a being with feathers swim so gracefully. But Kako easily makes it across and onto the ship, as does Elsir. Elsir isn't quite as graceful, not quite as beautiful in the water, but Elsir also makes it to the ship.
As Kako is boarding the ship, Levana will just shout to her, just be careful up there.
Hey, things feel very promising.
Okay. I trust
You know, Kako, I think the bird's nest is still intact.
Mm.
Never mind. It was a bad joke. I'm sorry.
You mean the crow's nest?
Yeah, that's what I meant. It was like I said, bad joke, bad delivery. It's still taking me. You know me, Kako. It's our antics. It's taking me a bit.
So she'll begin to kind of make her way, looking around at what is still above water. See if there's anything here.
As you're looking around, one of the things that you notice is, again, the captain's wheel. The light had shone on it, and you had seen it from the shore. But now that you look at it, it seems to be in good shape. In fact, far better shape than the rest of the boat.
This is curious.
What do you make of it, Kako? Do you think we should turn it?
Perhaps, but it's strange that it's not weathered like the rest of the ship. It looks like it's been here for a while. Why wouldn't it be affected the same way?
That is a good question. And I don't know.
And for those looking at home, you can see an image of the wheel on the stream. One of the things you notice on the wheel is that 4 symbols have been emblazoned on the wheel itself, indicating the cardinal directions. While the center has a wave pattern, cresting in such a way as to indicate that the tide is going clockwise.
Would this wheel be familiar to us from our travels aboard?
It is the wheel of the ship, but the directions and the crest, the wave pattern, are something that you had never noticed before if they were there.
And Kako kind of looks this over, takes a moment. And she's going to cast from one of her minor magic spells, No Direction.
Remind me what no direction does.
It's in your mind's eye, you see a path northward. You immediately know which direction is north if it exists at your current location.
All right. Well, you do, luckily. That does allow you to know which direction is north. Though the wheel is sitting in such a way that north would be towards the sky rather than north via the land. As you finish the spell, Kaulo flies in, clatters and rattles a bit before it opens its beaks. The voice of Captain Renlock comes from the old bird.
Arr, my friends, it pleases this old pirate's heart to see you gathered once again on the deck of the Brass Bird. Although time has passed, I have found one last treasure for you to plunder, but to ensure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands, I have placed a few challenges in your way. Don't worry, I'm sure that they are nothing you can't handle. To open the way, you must sail from the home of the pirates to plunder the coasts of Varisia. Return home, but then make your way to Absalom to spend your loot. Finally, follow my dream and sail to the river kingdoms and retire in peace. After that cryptic clue, Kaulo grows silent and stares at the old captain's wheel.
Can you repeat
Of course.
where all he said?
Yep. To open the way, you must sail from the home of the pirates to plunder the coasts of Varisia. Return home, but then make your way to Absalom to spend your loot. Finally, follow my dream and sail to the river kingdoms and retire in peace.
What would I know about how that works on a map? So from the home of the pirates to this location, back to the home of the pirates to the other location.
So some of the things that you know for sure, the home of the pirates is the Shackles. The Shackles are where most pirate-going vessels begin in Galarian. You also know Absalom is the city, the major city in Galarian, in the Inner Sea. You also know that the River Kingdoms are a loose conglomerate of kingdoms north of Absalom. And Varisia is along the coasts north of your location as well.
So all locations are north of the shackles?
Yes.
Or,
So they are north of where you are right now, north and east.
okay.
You'll hear Levana shout from the shore. Did you guys see anything up there?
Yes. Come on up here.
Is it safe?
Oh, plenty safe. Maybe a loose board here or there, but
Kako,
Hmm?
is it safe?
Seems so.
Okay. And she'll look over to Drayden. Jadron. Damn it, this one's gonna mess me up every time. Jadron, and hint for a boost up. Can you help me?
How far is the ship from our location?
It's just offshore, probably 15, 20 feet. Swimming wise, you've got to swim probably about 10 to 15 feet at most.
I doubt that even with my strength, I would be able to throw you up to that length, but I can...
I don't need to be thrown. I just need a leg up. I'm kind of vertically challenged.
Kako will kind of lean over the edge of the ship and say,
Jadron, are you afraid of getting your boots wet again?
Wait, maybe I'm not understanding.
Yep.
There's no way for me to boost her up to the ship,
No,
correct?
you would have to swim
Oh.
out first.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
have to swim
Yes.
out first,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
then
Yes.
well, grow
Yeah,
some
that's what it's
longer
like.
legs with stilts.
Gosh dang, am I missing something?
No, you're both standing on the shore
Yeah.
right now.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
we have to go swim in the water.
Yes.
Mhm.
I am unable
Oh.
to move into the water. I'm wearing metal armor, and to step into salt water is very bad for it.
you know how he is, Kako, always needing to be center of attention.
I remember. He used to be the favorite after all.
Yeah, something like that.
Can we hear this?
Oh, yeah, you can hear this conversation.
And she'll like
You're close
turn. Levana will like turn to look at Jadron and kind of just be like, "Did you hear that?" Like,
They have not said anything that wasn't true. It is not for me to despise another for the way that they've known me in a past life.
well, so you're not coming?
No, I will hold here and keep an eye on any of the goings on around.
Levana kind of stands on the shore, kind of reluctant. She's kind of looking at Jadron and then also looking at the ship, kind of at odds if she should stay with him or if she should go on to the ship to see what's going on. But finally enough, her curiosity pulls her enough to the ship and she will board.
All right, give me an athletics check.
No, it's gonna go. Athletics. Oh, okay. No, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, 17 plus 7. There you go.
All right.
beautiful.
Levana
Not
makes
too bad.
her way across, fairly simple, fairly easy, though it takes her a little longer, not having quite the reach of the previous two swimmers. So all of you stand before this captain's wheel.
You know, now that I think of it, Jadron probably could help with his background, his history of being the first mate. He might recognize this more than I do, but I'm simply a lowly man compared to him. And I say it very, very sarcastically to the two other people on the deck with me. But
Oh.
like sincere that he, you know, as first mate, he might have some insight to this, but sarcastically.
As you kind of sarcastically say that, she just kind of looks at you and like shoots you a little look, and then like looks away. Like, how dare you talk about him like that?
As you all continue to chatter, Kahlo starts to squawk.
Oh, oh, oh. Are you going to do anything?
And he continues to look at the wheel.
It does say, he did say that we should sail in the direction of start at the Shackles, and then to Varisia, and then back to the Shackles, and then to Absalom, and then to the River Kingdoms. We should turn the wheel in the directions of these places, perhaps.
I think that's a wonderful idea. Do you know the directions to these places? I'm a little turned around myself.
Well, since I cast no direction, I should probably at least know which is north.
Well, okay,
I
so
can't- I'm not high enough
give
for
me a what do I want you to roll? I want you to roll a society check.
I also have lore sailing. I don't know if that.
Yep, no, I want a society check.
Society check. Okay.
Yep. This is to recall
Second
some
name.
knowledge.
14.
All right.
I don't have any.
You
additional-
know that from the Shackles, which is roughly the area that you're in, that Varisia is north of you.
So north to Varisia, then the Shackles would be south again to turn. Then Absalom would be.
Give me another society check.
Right. Another 14.
Wow. Then you know that from the Shackles to Absalom would be eastward.
East. Okay, so once again, so
North, south, east.
Shackles, then north, south, east, and then to the River Kingdom. So
You know what
also,
roll
I
I'm gonna
guess,
ask.
try to figure that one. Yeah, a society roll.
Yeah.
That one was a 17.
And
Ooh.
you know the River Kingdoms. You have been up there before, and that is north of Absalom.
Okay. So then we start at the Shackles, turn north, turn south, turn east, turn north. My best guess for the wheel.
Well, would you like the honor of spinning the wheel, my feathery friend?
I could try. So Kako will attempt turning the wheel in the directions that she has just figured out.
All right. So it's currently, as we look at the screen, is currently facing this way. Which direction are you turning it to, and what are you turning it to?
Okay, so it's currently
Elsir will
north.
quickly, before you start to turn, I don't know what the captain has up his sleeve. Is it important that Jadron is on the brass bird with us?
Could be, but
Okay,
he
spin
doesn't want to
away.
get his shiny armor wet.
True. Go ahead.
Elsir, give me a quick perception roll.
Okay.
I think it's you.
Perception. Is it called perception on here?
It is.
Yes, it's right below your class DC. Oh wait, you're not on Path Builder. Never mind. I don't know why it is on
Your
there.
perception is +9.
Darn. 26.
All right.
Nice.
As you're saying that, you remember the map piece that was given to you in Discord may have some bearing on what you're doing here.
Where in this magical place called Discord?
I-
There should be
I-
DMs.
yeah, it's a DM to you.
He slid into your DMs.
I slid into your DMs,
Oh,
dog.
that's what that was.
DMs from the DMs.
I
DMs
was
from the
like, what is
DMs.
this?
Is there anything on this ship, like some sort of docking something or other, so that would be long enough for Jadron to get on the ship without getting wet?
So as you're walking around, you notice just on the north side of the ship, there's a couple of planks that you could slip out. There's a longer planks that you could slip out and allow Jadron to scurry his way up on the north side,
Okay.
up here.
I will do that.
I actually have this piece of map or item
know you
with
do.
me, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to show that to Kako,
Good.
and it says this on this little statement. On
Yes.
the top. Okay.
Correct.
So I share that with her, and it says, "Begin your journey going with the tide, then against, with, and finally against."
And you can also see it on stream.
With, against, again,
With,
with,
against.
against.
Yeah, with, against, with, against.
Okay.
And there's 4 places we're heading, correct, Kako?
Yes.
We're going north, south,
East, north.
Oh,
north.
It's the direction that the wave on the center of the wheel needs to go. So it can't just go to the right every time. It has to go right and left and right and left.
So then describe exactly what you're doing.
Wait, before she does that, can I get those planks down? I really want.
Yes.
Jadron on
So
the
you
ship.
lay down the planks. You lay down
Hang
the
on, we ain't
planks.
leaving without him.
And Jadron, are you going to make your way up the planks?
As in this time, he's been watching the horizon for any other ships. Has he seen any?
No, he has not seen any
Okay.
other ships.
Perfect. As he sees this happening, he nods and moves quickly over to the planks and heads up.
All right, and you have no problem. They're fairly sturdy boards still. The ship was built of a very strong and sturdy ship, one of the best on the seas. So you make your way up there very easily.
Thank you, Levana. It means a lot.
And then she'll kind of like blush a little bit and kind of look to the ground. Of course. They figured out the wheel. Let's go over there.
A question
Yes.
for the wands: do they have limited use?
The
As
wands
far as
that
I have.
you
Yes,
have.
Yeah. So
Actually-
I have. It looks like I have a couple. Like wand of mage armor is one of them.
Right.
Is that like a
Yes,
one-time
it has
use?
one. It has Wand of Mage Armor has one use, and you also have a Scroll of Blur
Yes, and I have a wand of illusionary object.
object. Correct. Yes, that is one use, unless it says otherwise. Sometimes it'll say multiple uses,
Okay.
but no, that is a single use wand.
They got lucky. Okay.
All right. So, with the way the wheel is currently sitting,
Mm-hmm.
and I can see the shape of the wave in the center, correct?
Correct.
So then she would turn it from where it is now to the right, all the way back to north. So a full
And
circle
as
to north.
as it spins, you start to hear some grinding and scraping happening along one of the stone faces on shore. And then once you finish your turn, it stops.
Okay, so it's back up to north. And then she'll turn it now left to south.
Okay.
So it reaches south being vertical.
So about 180 degrees. And you'll hear that grinding sound again.
And you said that grinding sound is coming
It's-
from the shore?
It's coming from the shore, correct? A wall face on the shore.
I'd like to make sure I'm like by the aft of the ship or wherever I can get a best view to watch it well. The
Okay.
wheel's being turned.
All right.
All right, and so she'll complete that turn.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the next, she'll turn it to the right till it reaches east.
Okay. Approximately 90 degrees. And that will, you'll hear some more of that grinding, etc.
And then she'll turn it left until it reaches north again.
All right. And with that final turn, you hear what amounts to some heavier grinding coming from the cliff face. And you see a passage open up in the cliff face.
Well, thankfully, we have a way down. Thanks to Levana to get there.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Some of us
Yes.
can just swim.
I'm not the greatest swimmer. What is that bird's name again?
Kahlo?
Kahlo. Are you gonna come with us?
You see him, his wings start to flutter, and you can hear the gears of the clockwork begin to work. And he tilts his head to the side. Of course! And begins to fly into the air. We're kind of hovering around you all.
Then Levana will then get off the ship using the ramp that she's made.
Okay. And the rest of you?
Yes, we're going.
And Kako will go after her.
All right. Elsir and Jadron, I'm assuming, are in tow.
I'll quickly go down the planks and then grab the bottom before Jadron gets on them and be like, should I move on?
Adrian will just be walking down them.
Now I'll still hold it until you get about halfway and just be like, just like, fun.
As you... Oh, go ahead.
No, man.
As you move into the passageway beyond the hidden door ascends at an incline a few feet above the high tide line of the cove before leveling off. The passage ends in a short set of stairs that descend toward a large chamber lit only by vine-choked cracks in the ceiling above. I'm going to move each of you. What order would you like to be in as we move through this and into or towards the steps?
Jadron will be last.
Levana will be in the middle.
I'll go first.
Second, because there is no middle.
We're both in the middle. We are the salami and the cheese that makes the sun.
There we go.
Always food.
That always has to be.
1, 2. It's always food.
5.
Are we kidding now? Come on, you guys. I think you guys have known me long enough.
That's true.
Easiest reference. Peanut butter and jelly in between the
The rough-hewn chamber has fallen into disrepair. The western wall has collapsed partially, and dirt, rock, and plant debris litter the floor, nearly obscuring a large leaf pattern made from green quartz. The tip of this leaf ends in a brackish pool of water. Rising up from the water is a mold-encrusted stone statue of a woman who appears to emerge from a wave, with the seaweed for hair and her arms held high in supplication to the sky above. A faint clicking and rustling sound can be heard from the collapsed wall, but its source is not immediately apparent. And I'm going to sneeze, I think.
Bless you.
Thank you. Oh. So I'm going to.
And after we enter, the passage doesn't close, correct?
It does not close, correct.
Oh.
It stays open.
I have a feeling we should have probably moved the planks away from the ship, but too late now.
I thought that's what you were doing before.
No,
When we
I
were
was trying
getting-
to make Jaden think I was going to pull the board. Didn't work.
It is not on Elsir. It is on me. I should have thought of such things. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Elsir just puts his head down like, yeah.
Yar. Oh, what's all
So
this?
you said there's like a leaf pattern.
There's a leaf
Or-
patterned pond with a
Oh.
brackish pool of water.
And a lady statue, right?
Correct.
With seaweed hair. In
And
the
she's
center?
holding her hands.
She
up
not in the
and-
center, at the far
Oh.
end.
At the far end. Okay.
Yeah.
The leaf pool thing.
Hands up, seaweed
Get a
hair.
closer look at this. See if
I-
there's anything.
Jadron
to-
will move into the left side of the room. And
Wanna-
if that is rubble right there, he's going to just grab up a rock and hold it in his hand.
Eggs.
So in this area here, roughly, I'm assuming.
Hmm.
That sounds
Yes.
about right. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Then I'm gonna need you to roll initiative.
Oh,
Don't
he's
touch
actually,
the
he'll grab a
pond.
rock and be like, you know, I think I actually have something about this room. And then
All right, give me your initiative rolls.
Question: Would
Yep.
whatever is coming at us have seen me yet?
Not you yet, so you can roll your initiative as stealth.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
gonna do that.
Okay, so initiative is just a d20?
It's a
Plus
d20 with your
perception.
perception.
Perception, okay.
Are we all
Oh,
rolling
that's
regular
not-
initiative?
Yes,
or
this is
we
all
rolling-
regular initiative here.
Oh, plus your perception?
What's your
Yes.
Perception.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what'd you get, Levana?
29?
All right.
Plus my stealth for surprise attack.
Yes.
I got a 31.
Oh, jeez.
Your perception is just underneath your AC if you're looking at the
Yeah, I was,
Pathfinder.
thank you.
Yeah, okay. I know, I saw your face of confusion. You're like,
Uh,
ooh.
Elsir?
Well, the comment about my son's dice is not true.
Take it back.
With the +9, I got a 13.
Ooh. Okay. And Jadron?
Jadron has a 19.
All right. So as you pick up the rock, 4 giant ants, which I will now allow you to see. No, yes, there we go. Make their way out.
Ants.
Not
In
uncles.
your pants.
All right.
That's terrible.
And with that, we begin our first encounter. So, for those that are new to Pathfinder 2E, in Pathfinder 2E, each character has 3 actions, and they can do a variety of things as their actions. They could, if they wanted to, move 3 times. They could attack 3 times, but there is a multiple attack penalty. So with your first attack, it's a plus whatever, a second attack plus whatever, and a third attack plus whatever, which I have those numbers if you guys can't find them easily on your sheet.
Yes.
So we begin. And the way it works, for those that are curious, the multiple attack penalty, essentially your hit, you subtract 5 each time, unless it's a finesse weapon, then you subtract 4. So, Kako, what is it you shall be doing?
Well, they're all flat-footed to me because they don't have initiative yet.
Correct.
So I can sneak attack
Nice.
All right.
and get my extra 1d6.
You
so
want...
she's gonna use her hand crossbow
Okay.
For
Yes, I see you.
yes, you are. So she's gonna pull out the hand crossbow, and she's going to fire it at. Let's see. I'm going to make the map a little bit bigger for a second. She's going to fire it towards the northernmost one
right.
there. That should be good, and I don't have to worry about hitting Jadron there. So first one. Oh wait, before I do that though.
Waiting. Okay.
Recall knowledge. First action, recall knowledge.
So recall knowledge for a giant ant. Well, is going to be. Let me pull this up real quick. I believe it is animal nature. Yes. So go ahead, give me that.
That's 16.
16. All right. You know that these giant ants do not have any weaknesses or immunities.
Okay.
And you also know that if they hit correctly, they will poison.
Okay. So then she will say,
They might poison you. Careful.
and then she'll fire the hand crossbow.
All right.
At the northernmost one. That's a plus 14. So that's a 24 to hit the first.
That is a hit.
Okay, so that's 2d6 for sneak attack. Okay, so that's 6 total points.
Okay. And you see, everybody sees as Kako, and this is a crossbow, right?
Hand crossbow, yeah.
Hand crossbow. As Kako had moved a bit quieter than the rest, pulled out the hand crossbow and very easily shot at the giant ant. All right, third action.
So for my third action, she's going to fire the hand crossbow again, and because it's a 6 less, right? For mine to hit.
For your hand crossbow, it's +9 on your
+9.
second.
Okay, +9.
Yep.
That is a 27 to hit.
Oh, so close. You do indeed hit. Give me a 1d6 roll.
Okay. And do I still do the sneak attack because they're still flat-footed to me? The sneak attack damage? It doesn't say
For your sneak
when
attack,
you can't properly. It says as long as they're flat-footed. Does it
Let
say
me
if
double
it's just the
check.
first one or?
you can take it. If you strike a creature that has a flat-footed condition, you deal an extra 1d for range attack. Yes, it does appear.
That I get sneak attack still.
Yeah.
Okay. As long as it remains flat-footed to me.
Yeah, but it's only flat-footed this turn from your...
Right.
So,
Okay. Ooh, that was 10 points of damage.
whoo, all right. All right, so you see as Kako then swiftly, nimbly knocks a second arrow and releases and hits true again. All right, next up we have Levana, Salt Spray.
We can see all 4 of them, correct? on
You
this map?
you can see 2. The other 2 have not emerged, but you could hear more movement back there.
Okay. I would like to move.
Okay.
Okay, so I have the sound burst. Does that work in a straight line, or would that just only one creature attacking one creature? Fortitude.
Sound burst?
Yeah. Range is 30 feet.
It's
The
30
area is
feet, a 10-foot. So you
burst.
pick a area within 30 feet, and it's a 10-foot burst emanating from that 30 feet.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you're looking at the map, for example,
I'm
you
trying to
could
get
put
2
it.
if I can. Yeah.
You
the
could
2
put
that
it
are-
directly on this one,
Yeah.
and that will hit the
Both.
one to the north and to the south.
Okay. I shall do that then. So it's 2d10. It's fortitude save.
Fortitude save. All right.
And then, so that would be
Your class DC is your DC for that.
Do I
My
have to make that
class-
as well?
okay, 21.
So with this is actually
I would choose not to harm Jadron if I can, obviously.
this is the first time I've run into this situation.
He likes it. It's fine.
So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna make
Okay.
a ruling that it will not hit Jadron.
Okay.
Okay. So the first ant did not make its fortitude save.
Okay.
And the second ant did. So the second ant will take. Oh, what's your?
Oh, it's 2d10, so I'll roll those.
No.
then.
What is your
21.
21.
21? Let me see.
Oh.
Okay, so it will take half damage.
Okay.
So yeah. So go ahead, and give me a roll on your 2d10.
Oh, I'm missing my other d10. That's why I was like, what the heck is happening here? I was just trying to look at it. I'm like, where did it go? It's not there. Okay. The 0 on is that a 10?
0 is 10.
Okay,
Yep.
so
10.
15.
15. All right. Okay. So in just a second, you're going to describe how this one ends. And let me get the other one. Oops. That number's not right. Oh, come on. All right. Go ahead and describe how our giant ant 4 is decimated.
Okay, so as Levana is kind of looking, she's trying to look around Jadron as much as she can. She kind of says a little prayer just before she casts the spell in hopes that she does not hit him. And a loud sound emanates from just in front of the ant, blasting it into the wall, bursting its innards out.
Go ahead, take a hero point too for that.
Yay! How do I add the hero point? Just click it?
Yep,
Oh,
you just
yeah.
click the second
Starburst,
one. Yeah. All right. Well, that giant ant won't be doing anything. Luckily, I still have 3 ants ready to go. My first ant is going to make his way out. That's first action. Second action is he's going to make a stinger attack on Jadron. Jadron does a 16 hit. I doubt
Nope.
it. That's what I was afraid of. And then it's going to attempt a mandible hit. So
That will hit.
does a 19 hit.
That will not hit.
All right. And that ant is done. Our ant 2, he'll make his way out. And now Jadron is flat-footed. So he will make a stinger attack. So you subtract 2 off of your AC.
Okay.
Does an 18 hit?
No.
Okay. And then he'll try a mandible hit. And that will not hit. I know for sure. Man, I need new dice. And then we finish off with our last one. Let me see. Can I get... Yes, I can.
Yes, you can.
This one is not real happy with Cacao. Or
Cacao. Wow.
Keiko.
It's chocolatey and delicious.
Wow. That is
A bird
amazing.
made of chocolate.
Has anyone seen Portlandia?
Oh, no.
It's
But-
okay. Never mind.
Never mind. Is there a chocolate bird?
So we're going to attack our chocolate bird. Oh my gosh. Does a 17 hit?
No.
And then our second one with the mandibles does a 17 hit. No.
No.
All right. And we're moving on to our Jadron.
Hey, Jadron, not having to move at all, just looks back at Cacao and Levana and Elsir, and I've got these two. You guys take care of that one. As he will go to attack the one to his north.
Okay.
And that's rolling. That's going to be a 23 to hit.
That will
24.
hit. That will hit.
Oh no, sorry. That's 27 to hit.
That will still hit.
Yep, sorry. Just not used to the high modifiers.
Yes.
That will be 15 points of damage.
All right.
And then his second attack. So I've got striking longsword, dagger, and shield boss.
Yep. You can attack with the longsword again, but this time you subtract 5 on your attack.
And then for my final action, I could use the raising of the shield to
Correct.
up my AC.
Yes.
Okay. Then I will do that. I'll strike with the longsword again on the same one.
Okay.
That's 35 to hit.
And then -5.
So 30 to hit.
Okay, that's a crit.
I was gonna say that sounds like it's a crit.
It is.
Does 30 hit?
So double the
So
die.
just doubling dice, that's 20 damage to that one.
All right. Can you describe that, please?
As he, getting attacked from either side, jumping back and forth, yells back to the others, "I've got this one. Don't worry about me." As he's going to push off the shield from one of the last hits. And with that, he's going to samurai swing straight outward, cutting a few of the legs. And then pivoting with his blade, he's going to pull the blade down into the head of the ant. While with his final action, he's going to hold the shield up to the one that's to his south.
All right.
Swoon.
You can take a hero point too.
Sweat beading down his face.
And you raised your shield to the one on the south, right?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, nice. Good call. Good call.
All right. And then we finish up with
There you go.
Elsir.
Elsir. Question.
Answer.
Is this like we play on Tuesdays where one spell, your spell prepped, you can cast it once? Or is this 5e where you can fill up your slots with whatever spell? How does that work?
You can cast you have spell slots.
Yeah.
And you know the spells that you have, and you can cast them. So you could essentially, looking at your spells, you could
Ray
sit
of
there.
Frost. Well, that's a cantrip. But
That's a cantrip.
Yeah.
But
can
you
cast
could-
that as many times as you want.
You could cast Magic
Magic
Missile
Missile is level
4
1.
times.
Okay.
Oh,
Cool.
dang.
Crap.
Now remember, Magic Missile. Magic Missile. You can cast without.
Upcast.
Well, Magic Missile automatically hits, but you can
Right.
cast. You can use on one shot. Use 3 spell slots to cast 3 Magic Missiles. If that,
That
makes
was my
sense.
second question. Does the 3 actions take 3 slots?
Yes.
Okay.
Not always. So illusionary. So hideous laughter, for example. That's a 2 action, but only takes 1 slot. Magic Missile is kind of a weird one where a single Magic Missile takes 1 slot,
Right.
but you can cast 3 Magic Missiles in a turn.
Right. Hideous Laughter is 1 casting. It just takes 2.
No, it takes
2
2
actions.
actions for 1 casting. Correct.
Right. Right.
Bye, Baboonski.
So
Ski.
memories.
Mm.
How far can I move 30 feet then? Is
Your
that what-
character can move 30 feet. Correct.
30 feet. So I want to move at a northeast angle, kind of towards the stem of the leaf.
Okay. If you look at the screen, I've got this area here. Do you want to go farther?
Yeah, why not? Up 1 more square.
So right there. All right. I can do that.
And of course, not getting too close to the ant.
Right. All right.
Perfect. Now it's time to try a little fun.
I knew it.
So
And
that's
I-
your first action. So we have
So
to
you
do
have 2 actions left.
Oh, I should check how many actions this takes.
Most of your spells are
That's
2 action
2
spells.
actions.
You have
Okay.
1 that's 3 for sure.
So this one is somatic and verbal. It takes 2 actions, and I've used 1.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go ahead and cast Hydraulic Push,
Ooh.
which You call forth a powerful blast of pressurized water that bludgeons the target and knocks it back. Make a ranged spell attack. Critical success and success. So on this, the range of it is 60 feet.
Yep.
And I want to hit the one that's next to Jadron.
Okay. So go ahead, give me an attack roll.
Let's see how I do. Let's see. So it's plus my spell attack.
Mm-hmm.
So 15.
So as you cast your spell and you send that wave at the ant next to Jadron, the ant felt the tingling in the air and manages to slide slightly to the left, and the cast misses him. And that will end your turn.
That will end my turn.
Karako. If I'm going to say it wrong,
right.
I'm going to say it wrong.
Cacao.
I mean, Chocolate Bird is like the best, I think.
Yeah.
So,
Did you
how
see the Discord?
how close are these two ants together? Like, how far apart are they?
Looks to be about 15, 20. Let me double check. They are 15.
Good. So she's going to use her innate spell, Electric Arc, which is his range of 30 feet, and the arc of lightning leaps from one target to another. So they need to make a basic reflex save of 21.
All right, we'll do the one first that's above you. That reflex is going to fail. And then the other, it did not crit fail though. And the other one crit failed.
Okay. Well, so I do 3d4 damage to both of them. There's not like a...
There's not a crit fail?
section-
Okay.
There's not a crit spell option.
Okay.
So. I got almost max damage for that. That's 11 points of damage from that for each of them.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
2 4s and 3.
So that's that, and that's all right. And go ahead.
That was 2 actions. So my final action, she's going to, the one that's directly in front of her, she's going to attack with her rapier.
All right.
And that's at full 2 hit bonus.
No, it's minus.
Ooh.
It's -4 because Electric Arc had an attack roll. Oh no, it didn't have an attack roll, did it?
Oh,
That was
okay.
no. Hold on,
No, it didn't.
it didn't. So no,
They had
yeah,
to make a save.
it's at full
yeah,
then.
full bonus.
Okay.
That's a 32 to hit.
Ah.
Yeah, that crits.
Yeah. All right. So it's 2d6 plus 4.
Yeah, no, just describe it because all you need is that +4.
How much?
Let her add it up. Let her add it up.
Add it up. So
Okay.
18 points of damage.
Oh, jeez. All right.
So she didn't want to know. She just smooshes it or like
Tell me,
obliterates it. That's
tell me what it
basically she
looks
was-
like.
So after Kako lets out this like arc of electricity that kind of actually like rims the edges of her feathers as she releases it out, she swiftly reaches and pulls her rapier off her left hip, and as she draws it, she just pulls it back and jabs it forward right into the middle of this creature's like mandibles and sinks it as deep as she can.
Go ahead, take a hero point.
Yeah.
All right, Levana, you're up.
Is there one left?
There's one left. You guys have made mincemeat of my ants.
Does anybody look injured that I could see?
No.
Well,
Everybody looks great, which is not, I mean,
everyone looks good. Everyone's looking great.
I didn't
Looking
even get to
good.
poison anybody.
Oh.
Yes.
Just after seeing everything, it looks like everybody kind of has it handled. She's actually going to make her way around and kind of look at the pond if she can, the leaf-shaped pond.
So you want to come on the other side of Keiko, or
Yes, the chocolate bird.
Cacao.
I will just like take a little like as I walk by.
Cacao babushka.
Uh,
Would chocolate be
Oh.
poisonous to a tabaxi?
Probably.
All right, so that's your first. That's a movement.
Do I see anything in the leaf lake? Leaf
No.
water? You said it's black, correct?
Brackish, which is a combination of salt water and fresh water.
Oh. Okay, so then she's just going to double or make because I have 3, right?
Yep.
Correct. I'll just use my 3 movements to walk up towards the top where the statue is, if I can.
Oh yeah. You want to get all the way? Are you going to step into the water to the statue, or be just outside?
No. My
Okay.
friends are in combat. It doesn't sound ideal. Let's play it safe.
All right.
She's looking for adventure, but not that much adventure. She's not stupid.
All right. You have moved.
I'm just gonna trudge right through this water because they're in the middle of combat. No kidding.
Well,
just
good
gonna wing
news.
Will.
My
Just
aunt
wing
gets
it.
my aunt gets to attack finally.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'm good.
Come on, aunt. Come on,
Looks
aunt.
like you got it handled.
You do have your shield up.
Yeah, have your shield up
Oh,
too.
that's right.
Okay. Does a
electric chocolate
22
bird is there.
hit?
It raised my AC. No, it does not.
Nice.
The shield.
So the ant, he attacks, and he is stopped by your shield. He did not like that, so he's gonna move. Oh, that doesn't hit either. All right, and the ant.
Attack of opportunity.
Oh yes, I forgot.
Oh,
All right.
damn.
That's gonna be a lot. That's 29 to hit.
All right, that crits. Can you roll damage?
Yikes.
Oh god.
That's
Evelyn dies today.
that's another 20 damage.
All
I
right.
told you got it handled. I can.
Can you
saunter
describe
over
it?
here.
He, as the ant attacks and he feels it hit against his shield after he's just seen the hole in the rock to his right from the hydraulic push, as he sees the arc of electricity hit this. Good job, Keiko. Thank you. As then it starts to run towards him. Nope. As he's going to pull his sword down to skewer it once again, but he misses the head and it starts cutting into the spine. As the ant keeps going, it just bisects itself. As he pulls
Whoa.
down and just
That's cool.
And we are
Swoon.
out of initiative.
Keiko, that was wonderfully done. Thank you very much.
And it has grown quiet in the room.
Do I see DM?
Oh, right. I'd forgotten. As he looks over towards the rocks. For one, I'm sorry for pulling those beasts out towards us. But we are meant to make an offering to Goran.
Gozra.
Oh, those are S's in what's it called? Cursive.
It should be Gozreh, I believe.
Yeah, Gozreh. Goes right.
Ah, there we go. To Gozra. Supposedly he's going to pull out this crumpled piece of paper. I received this from, and he's going to point towards a clockwork bird. It says, make an offering to Gozra, but be prepared to face the storm's wrath. Fold it back up and put it in his pocket.
I'd be guessing that that's Gozra up there.
I'd assume.
Yes, but I said it. You just assumed.
Yes. Have you seen this? Is this part of religious rite? Or is this a notable being? Because you said you know.
You know, I'm gonna play it off. Is there a roll that I can do to seem like I understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I will allow you to roll your diplomacy against. No, your deception
Uh-huh.
against his perception.
Nothing in combat matters, only this stuff.
Ah,
That's what my dice say. That's what my dice say. Deception. 29.
26.
So as Elsir is saying this, Jadron, you know Elsir. You know he can be a bit untruthful at times, but there's nothing here that makes you feel that he's being anything but truthful.
The question still stands: is this a notable figure in history? Is it religious figure? Do you know what they are?
DM, correct me if I'm wrong. That should be my god, correct? Is that not right?
Gozra?
Yeah, it is.
Mhm.
It totally is. Yep.
That's your
the
deity.
first time. Yeah, that's my deity.
Yep.
Well,
So I'll sit back and listen, like with my arms crossed, as Elsir starts talking about what he knows about this, and she'll finish. She'll wait for him to finish talking before she does anything.
well, come on over here, Jadron. Let me teach you a few things.
Of
And
course.
I'll walk over near Levana just to get closer there. And I go, well, you see this here? It's a statue of a god.
Correct.
And she requires offerings to keep her followers safe. And so that's what we should do.
And you know this, Elsir?
Now, in my time of traveling with Levana, would I know that she worships this god?
So you would
We
know,
don't really have a good relationship,
right?
though,
You would
we
know
don't.
she's religious. I'm
She's a
not.
cleric.
Yeah, I'm not sure you would know that specifically Gozra is who she prayed to. That's
Well,
not really
so would
your.
she ever
Um,
call out though in her cleric like stuff healing and whatnot that I probably wouldn't know squat about the god, but I might know the name.
She would
that
only be more, I think, like based on her character. I think when she was on that first ship, she was definitely, she called her out more, and because that was more when she had kind of had that awakening and found her. But then in the more recent, it's her life has become more mundane, so she hasn't been. I don't think she would call out to her like she would like in battle, so to speak, because she's been very mundane for the more recently. So I don't think she
Yes.
would say her name, but she would obviously pray to her silently.
Right, but on the ship, I would have heard you say it.
I don't think he would.
No, not the ship today, but like in
Yeah, no, I
previous
know. Even on
travels.
the ship, I think if you weren't really there from the beginning, I don't think.
Yeah, no,
she don't-
because her prayers, Levana is not necessarily a evangelist. So calling out is not going to be her thing. She is more of the, prayers, solitude prayers, speaking with Gozra as best as she can. There were times that she tried to calm the seas by praying to Gozra. But I mean, you would not necessarily, because there's a chapel on the ship, but that's not something you ever went to. Now, you would know. Actually, give me a society check.
Who is me?
No.
Okay. Right.
Elsir.
I just gotta have nonsense rolls. 18.
18. All right. So you would know that there are gods that prefer the sea, but you would not necessarily know it's Gozra.
Gotcha. Okay. Yes, she was definitely a prominent figure, just like constantly saying very obvious statements Maybe that's why it came off more truthful. Like, she's prominent. That's why there's a statue. I mean,
Yep.
like, hand in hand, kind of these comments that are just very obvious, but full of confidence.
And oh, sorry, go ahead.
Jadron would just, because I read this many times before, but I just reread the Levana. It's like, she's a cleric of Gosra. And I'm like, oh, of course.
I think Jadron would know that too, though, because
Yes.
we,
'cause
were,
they're
we were
closer.
close. We were
You
super
guys-
close. Yeah.
He would turn and kind of nod thoughtfully. All right. And then we'll look at you, Levana. Levana, what are your 2 cents or 2 coppers on the matter?
And then she will go on about how Gosra is the god of storm and sky and the goddess of wave and surf. Is a dual deity. And then she'll kind of go on and on and on, just kind of like obviously one-upping Elsir.
In this time, Jadron will just be watching Levana with his mouth slightly curled into a smile, his eyes just yes. Good point. Yeah. Would you or Kako or you, Elsir, know what we are to give to
And
Gosra?
just as a note, like while they were talking back and forth, Kako was just kind of sneaking her way around the room, and she's like
Kako.
literally,
Don't
she's
Kako.
literally kind of leaned up near Levana, and she was just kind of like wondering to herself if anybody was gonna ever remember that Gosra was literally the one that Levana always talked about, because Kako remembers her talking about it. And and so like as Jadron starts looking around, he'll just notice like Kako standing right behind Levana.
Yeah.
DM,
If
what I know.
you
Sorry, go
need
ahead.
to know things that go to Gosra, I would think Levana would be the expert here.
And then Levana will turn around. Thank you, Kako. And then she'll like kind of cast a glance at Elsir. DM, would I know how to and or what to offer?
What did Jadron? Could you repeat what you said?
From the map? Or
Yeah, yes,
in
regarding-
everything.
No. The map regarding the offering.
I was like-
Last 5 minutes.
I was
15
like,
minutes.
freak. I was like, man, like,
And
my
here
brain
we
doesn't
start
go-
over. No, what? Could you repeat what you said referring to the map?
He's gonna undo the map again, and it says, "Make an offering to Gosra, but be prepared to face the storm's wrath." So fold it again.
So you know, Levana, you know that an offering should be of something of value. You wouldn't be able to offer, for example, a stone. That's not an offering, but it would need to be something of value.
Okay. Do I have anything on my person? Does this app have like your belongings? and
Yeah,
stuff
if
like
you
that
click
too,
the
or
gear
no?
button,
Oh, okay, gear.
it'll even
Yep.
tell you how much money you got, etc.
So inventory and your back.
That'd be cool.
So Levana will tell the group, if we are to offer, it needs to be something of value.
Do you think it needs to be something from each of us, or just from one of us?
And as you ask that question, she too will also pull out a piece of paper that she has. I'm not too sure, but I have this, and she kind of pulls out of her pocket a piece of paper. It says, "Lost at sea. Remember that the one that is worth the most always goes last."
Captain goes down with the ship.
Is it like it's a piece of map? It looks like
It
so-
is.
Okay, can I send this to the group?
Yes.
Because I'm showing everybody.
Yes,
Right? So that
yes.
would be
Yep.
Yeah.
Anybody who's shown theirs can
So
send
I
it to them.
tried
Oh,
to do
okay.
that earlier, and it won't let me like copy it and send
Yep.
it.
you have to
Same here.
save. it.
Save.
Yeah.
Nope, unable
Uh,
to save image preview.
Oh,
That's
weird.
fine. I'll send it to group. Well, you
Okay.
guys
What a
continue.
jerk.
Okay, so yeah,
This
so
guy.
that's the piece that she shows to the group. I mean, I don't think that these clues that he's leaving, it should be one per each thing. So far, it seems like it has been. This statue, does that look like the deity at all, or no?
The statue
Statue
does
that's-
indeed
Okay.
looks like the female version of Gozra.
Oh,
I haven't shared mine yet. They haven't seen that.
Oh,
Yes.
I put the
Freaking
wrong one up.
Terry? Dude. Oh,
Sorry.
Come on,
I even started to
spoilers!
read
Spoilers.
it. I don't want to do this anymore.
I would upload the
I
wrong one.
She's like, excuse me, I don't think I shared mine.
I wish for death.
There we go.
So it obviously makes a map of some sort. It looks like they can connect, can't they?
And we have one more, right?
Yep, and I
Yep.
shared mine. There it is.
Oh, that's where. Okay, so
That's
where
where
we
we
are
are.
right now. Is the room with the leaf.
Oh, the leaf. Okay, that
That's-
makes sense. And
as
that's
he
the-
So
holds up.
this one is clearly referring to this room. I mean,
If you
So
Here's
is
the star.
Thank you
Next
for the
one
subscription, Zarathanon.
and
Zarathanon.
at the mentioning of like something valuable needing to be offered, Kako starts looking through all her various baubles and like jewelry that she's wearing, and she's just kind of pulling one up at a time, like examining each one because she's just covered in all of
Oh,
this
right,
like
Kako, I
random
forgot you love shiny
bits and
things.
bobs.
do you know what Gozra values? I have something I wish to give, but if it holds no value unto Gozra's eyes,
I
It
don't
will-
know. DM, do I know?
God?
Well,
Are
you know,
there?
as a
Hey, Gozra, what do you like?
as a
No,
cleric
I
of
don't.
Gozra, that anything of value, it is a very wide open ranging type statement. But it has to have value that is valued by not just necessarily the person who has it, by others as well. So it would be anything ranging from coin to items that are valuable to many different types of people.
Okay. So she will relay that to the group. I have coin.
so Levana.
Yes. Elsir,
Slightly
there.
irritated again by you not enjoying my antics. You didn't answer. Is this we all give something or one of us gives something?
I think based on the clues that we were left, I think just one of us should give something.
Well, she does seem to be your deity.
We could give Elsir.
He's not of value to me.
Does anybody have some ointment for that burn? Who has the healer's tools?
I can lay on hands.
I don't want your hands.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm gonna walk around the pool
Yeah.
to the other side.
Gosh,
Of the statue.
dang.
Maybe the cool water in the pool help with the burning.
Gosh, dang, Levana. You just killed a man.
You know what? In fact, I'm just gonna go over to that pile of rocks where Jadron got attacked because maybe something will put me out of my misery.
Yeah, just lay down there.
I'm gonna go by those rocks.
Gosh.
I think it's best we stay together, considering the warning after we make the offering that we must prepare, face the storm's wrath. So maybe
Oh, I thought that was talking about your mouth.
Well, I mean, arguably yes, it could, but I think this one is much worse. So she will, assuming that it is my deity, I will try to offer coin. I have gold coins.
All right. As the offering lands in the water,
a booming voice rises from the statue. Those who seek the blessing of the wind and the waves must face the storm's fury. As the voice fades, the water from the pool explodes, blasting the chamber with brackish filth. The explosion reveals a towering creature made from the purest azure water. Like a living tidal wave, the creature surges forward to attack, and that's where we'll take our break.
Ah!
Damn, you're good at that.
That's good timing. That's good timing.
So we will be back very shortly. Just a quick 5-minute break before we continue and see the monster that our friends have summoned to visit us.
Yeah.
I still want to be on the other side by the rock.
Yeah,
I actually
man. Honestly, that was murdered. Like, like, Jadron's scared for his life now.
Never mind.
So had Jadron moved up towards? I know Keiko
I need a
was
beat.
moving around, so I've got Keiko in a spot.
She was like near Levana, basically.
Okay. Had Jadron moved up near Levana as
Jadron
well?
probably would have.
Okay, good. And I've got our stone boy down at the bottom.
Okay.
All right. So I was just
It's
getting that set up.
Are you referring to
Not
me as
often
the
that your
stone
cleric
boy?
murders you. Usually
Yeah,
it's
Yeah,
the-
seriously. I'd personally say that he probably would have gone to the opposite side, to the top left.
Yep, that's why I've
Fine.
actually got you. Perfect.
Oh, okay, cool, awesome, dope, sauce, legit.
Oh,
Go
man.
Peepus.
You guys are getting the puzzles. Not bad. Not bad.
love puzzles.
You mean Evelyn is getting the puzzles?
Okay, yes, I do.
Yeah.
We've been working. I think Evelyn and I have been working well together. to figure
You've
this
been
stuff
doing great.
You
out.
bet.
Which is kind of new because you know.
Give me puzzles. Give me puzzles.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It's so funny because there are times I'm listening to y'all go and it's like, this is fantastic. I'm loving this. I'm sad that I haven't done any damage though.
Yeah, I've never had an AC this high. It's just so nice.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
haven't?
No. Even
you-
with Brim.
And you guys have had some good rolls too, and I've had garbage rolls. Except for Elsir. Elsir, by the way, on that Rory, you were 1 off from hitting.
I
Aww.
think my highest AC has ever been before I had to modify my armor for my wings was Irda had at one point 30 AC.
What?
Yeah.
Um,
She now has a 29 because
Yep.
I had to modify my gear.
aren't you
for
guys
my
like
wings.
level like 12 though?
Yeah, I'm level 12. But
Yeah.
even before level 12, I had 30 AC.
Oh wow.
It's gone up since because of
Old school. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
levels.
This is fun so far.
Old school, You're amazing. I love
Leaders.
you. Way better than new school.
And Terry, as you
Yep.
know, the only reason I was
Welcome.
1 off from hitting with a hydro push, if that's what you're talking about,
Yep.
is because I have a plus
We just went to break.
11 to the
You said
Wow.
Get you a snack.
so
You said you
I
wanted to
still
sit on my
only
lap.
rolled a 4.
Right. Well, and the fact
I'm
that
gonna get you a
that
snack.
Josh keeps
I
critting.
didn't make me a snack.
I have a plus
I
16.
didn't make me a snack.
I'll get you a snack.
Hi Esther.
So
Yeah, it's kind of like guaranteed that you hit.
yeah.
Unless you're me. I still
unless
wouldn't
on
hit.
that one.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Let me go.
Oh,
Alright, thank you.
Evelyn, did
Yeah?
you go and get your bolts back after firing them?
Put me down.
Yeah, she would have.
Okay.
I did
And
not state that, but she would have.
and both of those were clean hits, so they would have both been fine.
Well, Jadron just snapped him.
I'll be right
in
back.
half.
Yeah.
Wow.
He saw him and just like.
I mean,
"Gah."
you used to call me bird names, and now you're
Yep.
breaking my bolts. Jeez.
Breaking her bolts.
Breaking her bolts.
Kind of sounds like something else. But
I don't know what that means.
Hey, you want to go break some bolts, Rory?
you know when you sliced the ant in half, you also sliced the bolt in half.
Oh, I feel bad now.
I'm loving the characters though, guys. You guys are fantastic.
Oh, well, thank you. It is wonderful to be here.
Yeah, I just think of elves as haughty and arrogant.
Yeah, it's coming across that way.
I thought you said hot and arrogant. I'm like, I'd take both.
Yeah, I mean they probably see themselves that way also. So
Change the storyline. Jadron falls for Elsir.
Oh my gosh, Josh, that is my background for Rin.
This one?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, yeah.
I just looked
Yeah.
at it, I was like, that's Rin's background.
Yeah, it's because I was trying to fully encompass my Rin.
No, I'm okay with that. Paladin, yeah.
Wish he was a paladin.
Your Rinner self.
Freaking out.
Oh my gosh, your Rinner self. That was terrible. Terribad.
Yeah. Most things I say.
Terrible.
Terrible.
Maybe if I stop saying jokes like that, my rolls will improve.
Nope, you're not allowed. Your rolls can't get better.
Yeah, 5 years of experience with that. You're right. I don't know if you guys realize that's not a joke. I've been playing D&D for like 4 or 5 years, and my rolls have consistently been low. Like, yeah, I could get some rigged dice, and I would still get a 1.
Huh.
There's one dice set that I saw at Gen Con with some people that were playing in the hotel where if one of the DMs, if his players ever forget their dice, he lets them borrow this one set of dice with a D20 instead of having a 1 and a 20. It's a 1 and a 1.
Oh.
Yeah. So no one ever forgets their dice after that because there's no way to crit.
No, there
I think
wouldn't
Pokemon
be.
is in there right now. I think so.
Yes, we can. We do know. You know. We know. You know. You can hear us. Hear you. Hear us.
Yes. Mike, stay hot. Hotter
We'll do
hotter
Rory.
than
Rory
Terry.
stay hot too.
Yeah, we stay hot.
I
Yep.
hear that.
Yeah.
Sizzle.
See, in fact, on my Be Right Back screen, I actually have it written out. The mics stay hot so that people don't comment when we're talking.
Yeah, Blue Box sucks for that.
No, not that you guys
I
can't
agree.
comment. You guys can comment.
No, please do.
What?
No, please don't.
Oh, okay. I have music to add for the next round, so this is good.
Nice.
Evelyn, did you see Tabletop Audio added a sound pad?
Yeah, I've been using it.
Yeah,
Dude,
same.
it's awesome.
No, I haven't.
I used it
No,
for my last
sorry.
couple of one shots that I did.
I'm spending too much money. Someone stop me.
Tabletop.
What are you
Unfortunately,
buying, though,
the
Josh?
sound pads you can't share with people. Only the actual like sound
Right.
escape things that they have pre-made. But once they can do that, that'd be awesome.
I need bigger boobs.
It is time.
You know, that's the thing.
I'm hitting chest after this, chest and back.
The only problem with it, unfortunately, is sometimes it's a little slow when you're moving between things.
Chest?
No.
Tabletop audio.
Yeah. The sound pad version of it.
Gotcha.
Time to return.
Is it time to return?
Yes.
No.
Yes, our timer is up.
All right.
It's the
No.
final
Dun,
countdown.
It's already done. Too late. It's already done.
And we have
Rocky
transitioned.
has been
We are back. All right. So let me add our encounter.
Jadron's so hot.
And can I get rolls?
Yes.
No.
Let me roll for initiative.
Do we add perception again or no?
Yep, it's
Perception, yeah.
yeah, perception.
Blam.
Blam.
Amazing roll.
And I'm
What-
guessing this thing probably saw me already.
Yes, this one saw you.
No.
15.
So it's a 19. This
Okay, so
there.
15, a 19,
Elsir 15.
15, and Jadron.
Jadron 26.
Whoo! Jadron's like, yo, dog, I'm pimp.
I'm done with this BS.
And so what you see, I'm going to show it here on the screen, is a living waterfall. Let me do my switch transition.
Okay, now we're not meant to chase it.
And it looks something like this.
Because it says don't go chasing waterfalls.
I knew it. Oh.
Listen to the
Hi. Yeah, he said that.
That's by Beastie Boys, right?
No.
Boys to men.
What? Come on.
Oh, Boys to
my
Men, gotcha.
God. Dishonor on
Doing
you,
this
dishonor on your
intentionally.
family.
Know it. This is a real cow.
Dishonor on your cow. How dare you?
Cacao. Okay, so Josh, we begin with you. Standing in front of you now is a large waterfall.
He looks at the waterfall. Is it within reach, or will he have to get into
Oh
the
no,
pool?
it's within reach.
Okay. Oh, all right. As he's going to. Does it look threatening? It looks threatening to Josh.
I will repeat what was said just prior.
No, it's fine.
As the offering lands in the water, a booming voice rises from the statue. Those who seek the blessing of the wind and the waves must face storm's fury.
He was
Yes,
just
it looks
waving
threatening.
Hello.
Okay. I wasn't sure. It might want to bake us a cake, freak man.
It'd
Don't
be a
get
very
on me.
soggy cake.
It'd be a very soggy cake, but I don't judge. Yeah, he's going to go for longsword attack on it.
All right.
That's a natural 20.
All right, fine.
That is going to be another 20 damage.
That's already doubled is the 20.
Yeah. That's doubled plus 4.
All right.
Okay, and then so one longsword attack, and then he's going to come in with his other longsword attack, as that's only going to be a 19 to hit.
Is that with the -5?
18 to hit. There we go.
So on your second swing, as your sword makes its way through and towards the waterfall, you see the water split, and the blade passes through air, hitting nothing.
Worrisome, as he's going to hold up his shield, and he's on. Was Elsir over on this side?
If you look at the map now, Elsir is still down by the rocks.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, he will just hold up his shield
All right.
for his third action.
And now it is the water creature's turn.
Oh, geez.
Just a note, by the way, DM, Kako should be closer to Levana.
Little closer?
She was basically right up behind her when they were
Up behind.
talking.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like, that
she
was-
came.
she had snuck up behind her to like kind of just listen as they were talking.
So take a look at that. Does that look a little better? I don't want to
Yes.
put you in the water, so.
That's perfect. Thank you.
All right. So our water elemental is going to attack Jadron.
That makes sense.
I know, right? Every once in a while.
I hate it.
With a wave. So here comes.
Well, hello. Is that an ice cream sandwich? Phoebe?
Does a 29 hit?
A 29 will not. Yeah, it hits. It hits.
Well, I was like, is it a crit? I don't know. What's your AC right now?
AC is 25 at the moment.
Okay. All right. So that's. Let's see how much damage you take.
None.
19 points of damage.
Okay. Cool.
And
Oh. Mm-hmm.
let's see. You are pushed 5 feet back. The wave is then going to attack Levana. Assault spray.
No.
Does a... No, it doesn't. 21 minus 5. Does 16 does not hit, I'm assuming. All right. And for its third action, it will attack Levana once more.
How rude.
Does a 24 hit?
Yes.
Oh, yes, it does.
Oh, that sounds like so many dice.
I rolled 2 ones.
Yeah.
Yay!
So you will only take 11 points of damage.
Oh, dang.
Only. Where are my hit
Oh.
points? Oh, here. Can I edit these?
That's from Russia.
Can you what?
Oh, yeah, I can.
Yeah.
You can set the new total directly or use the plus or minus symbol to adjust. Ooh,
Yep.
that's
It's kind of
fun.
nice.
Oh, I love this app. Holy moly.
All right. You also get pushed back 5 feet.
Okay.
And it is Keiko's turn.
Recall knowledge.
Oh, good. All
Wow.
right. Give me a roll.
With what?
It
Which
is.
knowledge
Well,
would
go
it
ahead
be?
and
Nature?
roll it. Well, go ahead and roll it.
Okay.
And I'm going to double check right now.
That's a natural 20. And then plus whatever.
I'm going to assume that you're going to pass this then pretty easily. Why don't we have a little background music for this as well? It would be nature. Oh, not nature. I'm sorry. It would be Arcana or nature. But you rolled a natural 20.
Yeah, so it's a
Okay.
21 with nature.
Then you got it. It's fine.
Okay.
So you would know very easily that something like this, a water elemental, is going to be resistant to fire and immune to bleeds, paralyzes, poisons, and sleeps.
So immediately she will relay that information to everyone in the room so that they know that that is what they're dealing with. Now she's gonna look, is anybody standing in the water directly?
Yes.
Okay. So she's not gonna do
Levana
that.
got pushed into the water.
Okay. She's not gonna do that then, because that would be a bad idea. So then she will, since I'm not within melee of it, she's gonna use her hand crossbow and fire a couple of bolts toward the giant monstrous wave.
All right.
That is a 27 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay, so 1d6. That's 4 points of damage.
Okay.
And on the second one, which is a +9, that is a 26 to hit.
That will hit.
All right. And then that is another 4 points of damage.
All right. And that is your
Wait
3.
for just one hot second. Yep. That was my third action.
Okay.
So I'll be right back.
All right. Elsir.
Okay, so from my spot, I would like to move 10 feet, like northwest, towards the top of the rock rubble area.
So about right there.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Got it.
is it an action to call something out?
No, I allow talking
like a
as
quick
long
action.
as it's 1 or 2 sentences. If you're trying to tell a story, then no.
Right, for sure.
Do it.
Okay. So I'm just gonna call out. Have you ever heard of a storm being on land? Perhaps you want to get away from the water, not next to the water. And I will cast Ray of Frost, which takes 2 actions, so I can only do it once.
Okay.
It is a cantrip.
Mm-hmm.
You blast an icy ray, make a spell attack roll. Let's do that.
Sounded like you were about to do a rap for a second.
No, because well, if I did, it'd be as bad as my roll. Spell attack is
Yes.
a plus 11, so I got a 14.
Unfortunately, that will indeed miss.
And I will. Well, I move, so that's an action, right?
Yeah, you're done. That's your 3.
Yep.
So Levana salt spray.
I will cast.
Salt
Well, first
spray.
of all, anyone around me look injured?
Yes. At this point, you do, and Jadron does.
Question to that DM.
Yes.
I read about the shield block thing that I did not know about before. Is there any way I could have used shield block instead? But just, or we can just say going forward. I know
Are you
shield block's a
talking?
thing.
Do you have a reaction? Is that what you're referring
Yes.
to? I see
While you
now.
have your shield raised, you would take damage
You-
from a physical attack. You can snap the shield, and then the shield takes damage instead
You
of me.
did not have your shield raised initially. No, you raised it at the end of your turn. Oh no, you did. You
Yeah.
did because you were first. Your shield prevents from taking amount of damage up to the shield's hardness. What's your shield's hardness?
64.
Yeah, we could. I can readjust that. So what you want to do is take 64 minus 19.
Okay.
And that's your new shield hardness. All right. So then, Levana, you are the only one who looks injured.
Okay. Then I will if it's just me, then I will I have a spiritual weapon.
You do.
Yes, so range is 120 feet. So you said that there's no attacks of opportunity, so if I do back up out of the water, that's okay. That can count as one of my
Oh yeah,
actions.
you're actually not next to him right now because you got pushed away 5 feet.
Okay.
So yeah, you can move freely right now.
Okay, then I would like to move closer to Elsir, just in that direction,
Okay.
just to be out of the water, and then I will cast the spiritual weapon, which is 120 feet. Weapon of pure magical force materializes and attacks the foes you designate within range. Weapon has a ghostly appearance. Blah 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 blah. Okay, whatever. Or my deity's favorite weapon, which I will do. Okay, within range, target if needed. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so do I need to roll for an attack for that
Yep,
one?
you
With
need.
strikes?
Oh, my thing just went way up. Yes, you need to do an attack roll.
Okay. So, and how does hero points work? If I wanted to use a hero point, do I have to announce it beforehand, or can I roll and then?
No, hero points are done
Oh.
as a re-roll. So you would have to. Usually, what happens is people have bad rolls, and then they use a hero point to re-roll.
Okay. I just didn't know if I had to announce
Yep.
it first or not.
Nope.
Okay. Okay, I will announce that I will use the hero point. Spot 7. Let's
Okay.
try that again. Okay, plus where would be my spell bonus? Okay, a divine attack plus 11.
Okay.
So 18 total?
It does not hit.
Oh, shards. Okay.
And that was a 2 action, so that finishes your turn.
Okay.
Jadron.
Hmm.
It is you.
Okay. Jadron being far away from the creature. Yeah, he'll move back up. Use one of his actions to move up.
All right.
And then he's going to first. Yes, Elsir, storms do all go on land. They're called hurricanes. As he will swing with his long sword out at the creature. I'm going to use a hero point. to reroll
Okay.
that. Let's get it. And then do I have to take the new roll?
Yes, you do.
Okay, perfect. That's still higher than what I rolled. So that's going to be a 25 to hit.
That will hit.
Wonderful. And then my third action will just be me raising my shield again.
Well, I need damage.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yikes. Not great. 13 damage.
Okay. All right. And that'll finish your turn. And now we are on to the waterfall. Our waterfall is going to... Can't quite make that movement yet. So he's going to attack you with a wave. Oh, yes. A 32 hits.
Barely.
And you will take, unless you use your shield... 22 points of damage.
I'll use my shield.
All right. So I'm trusting you to keep track of that. That
Yep.
will also push you. It's going to push you this way 5 feet. And it's going to actually make a movement to here. Not quite there. Right there. And it's going to attack Levana. Does a 30 hit?
No.
What's your AC?
Do I
Levana?
get a bonus because it's my deity?
No. You don't. My next question is...
My AC is 19.
So it's a
that's
crit.
A crit.
All right.
And it's 11 above your AC.
So that'll be 33 points of damage.
Okay.
Ouch. You are starting to feel some pain. You'll also get pushed back 5 feet.
You said 30, right?
33.
33. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Holy freak.
No big deal. No big deal. No big deal.
You have a shield, right?
Nope.
Right? Yep.
Keiko,
That no.
tis your turn.
Gecko.
Anyone standing in the water now?
No.
Bring it.
Good. She's going to use her electric arc again.
Yes.
So she's going to make the... Let's see, it's somatic approval. So she's going to gesture around and like kind of pull down from the sky, and you just see the shimmering electricity course skate over her feathers as she sends out this electric arc towards this wave. So yeah, reflex save 21.
All right. So you said reflex. Oh, you said 21?
Yep.
It rolled a 30, so it will still take half damage, just
All right.
barely.
Come on, 3d4s.
So Excel, in my games, I actually use 20 as a crit as well. It's a variant. But yes, plus 10 greater or minus 10 is critical success or failure.
Halved is 5 points of damage.
All right.
Oops.
All right. And that is that a 1 action or 2 action?
That's 2 actions for that.
Okay.
And then so now her third action will be to cast guidance on her. Let's cast guidance on Levana.
But yes, Excel, I do not use 1 as a
So-
critical failure in mine.
You get a +1 on your whatever's. Levana.
And that will finish Keiko's turn.
Sorry, did you say that again? A +1 on
A
what?
plus 1.
You get a +1 on any of your checks or attack until the start of my next turn.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we are to Elsir.
Yes, they do exist, but they don't live on land. Fool. And I'll go ahead and move closer to the rocks.
Okay.
So 1 square down. So I'm trying to like get maximum distance away from the pool.
No, that makes sense.
And I'll cast Ray of Frost. Well, first I tried to look up lightning Lightning bolt, but I didn't see it.
Hold on, let me find it in your
Like when I looked at the spell
spells.
description.
Lightning bolt. It's your signature spell. Bolt of lightning strikes towards from your hand, dealing 4d12 electricity damage.
And you can, if it's a signature spell, that means you can heighten it at will.
Yes.
Means you can raise
So
it up.
what are you trying to find out on it? Like if it's an attack roll or if it's a...
Yeah, so it's a 3rd level spell, and is it a roll?
It's a save,
roll
a
to
reflex
attack,
save.
right? Reflex.
It's a reflex save. You don't have to roll to attack. The
Correct.
thing has to save.
Yeah. So
It's 3d12.
it's 4d12.
4d12, but
half on
if you
save.
heighten it,
Yeah.
it's an additional 1d12 for every level you heighten it. Plus
Well, hold
1.
on. Can he heighten? Does it? No, it's already
If
at
it's
his
a
max.
signature
Yeah,
It's already at
max
his max
spell.
spell level.
Okay.
So
yeah.
it's not heightenable here. Like your invisibility, which is level 2, is a signature spell. That you could freely heighten to level 3 if you wanted.
Yeah.
But because lightning bolt is already at your top, but it is. It's
Right.
4d12. So.
Yep.
I'm assuming that's what you want me to roll against.
Yeah. Reflex save.
Yeah, why not? Yes.
All right. That is going to be a reflex save of 23.
What do I gotta? Oh,
21, I believe, is yours, right?
So, yep. So that'll be half damage.
Okay.
So,
So
4d12
roll the 4d12
halved.
and then half of that.
yeah.
Yep.
12. So here's.
Ooh, listen to that click clack.
I know, right?
It's actually Zoom, and Evelyn's been hitting robot a couple times tonight, but it's okay.
31. So is that 15?
Yes, it's 15. It reduces.
Okay.
So 15.
Reduces.
Okay. Whew, that was a good hit.
Yeah.
A palpable hit. And that's a 2 action, right? So that's your 3 actions.
So, yeah.
We move to Levana.
Levana?
Levana?
I will. I'm close to the edge, right?
Don't
Yes.
push me,
Close
because
to
I'm
the
close.
Close
edge.
to
Thank
the
you guys.
edge.
Everything's a song in my brain. Like people say things and then it automatically
Song.
just turns into a song. I
Song
shall cast heal on myself.
All right.
Okay. So can I arguably cast heal twice?
You can.
Mm-hmm.
Really.
Okay.
You can.
Distance of
Now,
30 feet.
obviously, that'll take... So,
So it says 2 actions if the spell is a range of 30 feet.
right.
Right. So if I can like cast the first action on myself to heal, and then I would like to heal Jadron if I can.
Okay.
If he's within the 30 feet.
Yes.
Oh, you're good? He looks good? If he looks
yeah.
good, then
Yeah,
I won't. Does
Jadron
any-
actually is not injured because he's using his shield right now.
Oh, okay.
My
Does
shield looks
anybody...
injured.
Does anybody else look injured then?
No, not at this point.
Well,
Just you.
she stands alone. Okay, then never mind. I will
Just
heal
you and your
myself.
goddess.
Just
you
you,
and your goddess.
me, you, my goddess. Apparently, I've not been praying enough, so I shall heal myself.
You should heal the creature.
What is it for? What is the
Your-
die that I roll for that?
Heal
1d8.
Oh, 3d8. Okay.
Or 3d8 to this level, yeah.
Oh, damn.
Evelyn, you know what I just realized? Looking at the
What?
cleric, it's not showing spell slots for the cleric.
It's because they should be associated with the actual spell. They don't have slots.
They
Each
don't
spell
have
is
spell slots,
one
right.
ca-
Yeah, it's a one.
Because
one
each
and
spell
go.
is a cast.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So you have to prepare each spell individually as a cleric.
Okay. And then what? And when I cast it, it's one and done, right?
Yes. Yep.
Correct. Okay.
Wow.
3 and 4 is 7 plus 7, 14 points of healing.
All right. You are looking better. And you did that as a one slot or one action heal?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So she
But
did
I
hers,
could
so-
arguably
You can do it again. Yes, you
Okay,
could.
So 12 plus 16. Or sorry, 12 plus 16. Hang on, math. Okay. And I shall do it again then
Okay.
on myself. 8. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So another 12.
Another 12. Okay. Oh. All right. And that's 2 actions. What would you like to do for your third?
I will move. It seems like that, from what we can see anyway, it seems like the rocky area is the only way to go, so she will move closer to there.
All right. And then we move on to Jadron.
Jadron is sad. Jadron is hurt. Jadron bad.
But you
Jadron.
said you weren't hurt.
He's
No,
not.
he's just.
No, his feelings are hurt.
Emotionally.
His pride.
Oh, okay.
He
His
will
shield.
move forward.
Okay.
Yeah, my shield's name is Pride. He's gonna move forward to the water creature and just. I would really like it if you just went down. As he will swing. Come on, baby. That is going to be a 26 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay. So that was his move action. This is his swinging action. Yikes. That's 9 damage. He's going to once again raise the shield as his final. And he's going to try and like get the attention, like, aim for me, hit me. And that one this turn.
All right, and he will. The elemental will actually attack you first.
Wonderful. That will hit.
And no, it won't. 25.
That will exactly hit.
Whoo!
Told you. Gosh.
All right, and that's going to be
Because it's meet or beat for two
20
right?
points of damage. Yeah, it's meter beat.
Okay, I will take those.
You're gonna take those, okay?
Yeah.
And then he's going to move up 1
Oh.
and attack Keiko.
Is he moving out of my reach at all?
No, because he's large. He's large.
Yeah.
So this will be. Does a 26 hit?
Hold on, let me check.
Come on, Keiko. Come on, Keiko.
I don't think that's gonna
Come on,
help
Keiko.
me. No, I don't think my nimble dodge will help me here. So, yeah, that hits.
All right. That'll be a terrible roll. 13 points of damage.
Okay.
With that connection, you will get. Actually, both of you will have been pushed backwards. And it is Keiko's turn.
Okay, 1 second. Let me get my hit points adjusted here real quick.
Take it down, Keiko.
All right. So, all right. She's going to. What else is I have here? Yeah. Alrighty. So it pushed me back. How far?
5 feet.
5 feet. So if I did a step up, I could be back in melee.
Yes.
Okay, so she's gonna step up
Okay.
5 feet, and then she's going to attack with her rapier.
Of course.
And that's natural 20. Plus 14 is a 34.
What's already a crit?
So 2d6.
Excel, there's nothing wrong with talking too much.
That's 24 points of damage.
Ooh. All right.
That was my
Say
doubled.
it. Say it.
All right.
Now for my second attack.
Come on, another nat 20. Another nat 20.
Not as good. That's a 21 to hit.
That misses.
Okay. And then for my third action, let's
What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? I'm trying to think.
Oh wait, I stepped up, so that was my third action.
Yep, that is your third action. Elsir,
Sorry, I had to think about that for a minute.
what is it you wish to do?
He's muted.
You are muted, my friend.
Is there any way to judge the strength of this wave?
I can tell you that it is strong.
Strong.
Like, does it look like it's wounded? Like,
Oh
I
no,
don't
yes,
say
it
that.
does.
Oh,
It
oh.
looks like it's wounded. It doesn't look like it's wounded in the normal sense of, you know, blood dripping,
Right.
but you can see, though still large, it doesn't look as dense.
Not quite as salty as it used to be.
Correct.
Ha! I worked that one in.
I
Yeah,
like
no,
it.
that was
great.
that
good.
was great.
So proud of you.
So I don't want to use lightning bolt again at this time, and ray of frost is generally not wonderful. So I will use ray of frost, but I would like to shoot the statue.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, you get a little spicy up in here.
And first I'll be like, see, I told you.
You're singing the songs of my people.
Everyone that stays away doesn't get hurt. It's only you getting hurt. And I'll shoot the ray of frost at the statue. Just continuing this banter with him.
All right. All right.
So roll the hit. Oh my goodness. My dice.
Your D&D.
My dice. Does a 14 hit an inanimate object?
Yes.
I don't hope so.
Roll for damage.
Anything happen?
What is happening?
Oh, that's just not right. That's just not right. Got a 4 on the dice.
Do you have a hero point? You should have a hero point.
I
Did you
don't have
reroll
any.
that or no?
I
Oh no,
don't
is that
know.
only for?
No, I got 4 damage. I got max damage
That's max
Okay.
damage for him.
on
So-
an inanimate object.
And you can see that you attack this inanimate object, and a hand falls off. One of the outstretched hands has fallen off. And you can see the water elemental grow slightly stronger.
Oh.
Stronger?
I think that was a bad move.
So I think if
should-
we piss off your goddess, things get worse.
You don't say.
Okay, what am I gonna do?
So that was one action though.
Okay, that's
And Ray of Frost is
Just do it 2 more times. Keep hitting the statue.
no, it's 2 actions. So
Does not hit the statue.
move one more square down.
okay. All right, Levana, do you have something to do?
I don't know. What do I have? I'm a cleric.
Well, don't forget you have your weapon. Your
Yes.
is
I do
still
have
out
a
there.
trident. Yes.
No. Your
Oh,
spiritual
and the
weapon is
Okay,
still
yes.
out
Right,
there.
right. 'cause
Your
it's up
spiritual
to-
weapon is a trident because it's
It
Gozer's
is,
favorite weapon.
Right, up to 1 minute. Okay, yes, I will attack then with my trident.
Okay, so you will need to first move because
It's 120 feet.
no. Your weapon stays out there, but where it landed initially next to the elemental was up in the upper pool. The elemental has moved, so first you have to command your weapon to move
Okay.
to the elemental. So it's
Okay,
going to be
so-
2 actions. It'll be the move and then the attack.
Attack. Okay, so yes, I shall do that then. I will
All right.
summon my trident over to the thing. Plus, where is my plus? 11, 24 to hit.
That will hit.
Oh, phew.
Heck yeah.
And then what was my damage? again? I can't
1d8
remember.
plus your spellcasting modifier.
Okay. Ooh, 6 plus. Where's my spellcasting modifier?
Your wisdom. Your cleric. It's wisdom.
Wisdom.
So plus what?
Plus 4.
plus
your
4. Okay.
So
So
that's
10.
10 points of damage. Okay.
Dang.
All right. You can see that the weapon does good damage, and there is a weakening of this monster. You have one more action.
It's low tide. I'll just stay where I am then.
Okay. What do you want to do with your last action, though?
Oh, well, I can't cast another. I can't attack again with that, can I? No, my special weapon. No, I
You
cannot.
no, but you could recall knowledge.
Okay, I'll do that then.
All right. So give me a Arcana or Nature check.
I'll do nature. Arcana's
Okay.
like a +1 and nature's like a +11. So
Oh,
let's
yeah.
go with nature. 22.
All right. So with that, just from innate knowledge, that the water elemental is able to extinguish any fires, both magical and non-magical, in an area 5 feet out from it. And with that, we rotate to Jadron.
Jadron will look, knowing that Levana has learned some and very important sense of information.
And as we
But-
lock eyes.
As we lock eyes, there's a fire within us that is extinguished by this beast.
Oh, damn it, not again.
Not again.
Yeah, so as we lock eyes, Levana will reiterate with the group if I misspeak, not in story form.
Yep, you're
just
fine.
in brief form, and relay that information
Yep.
to the group.
That's good.
Right? As he will.
It's what I
move
know.
Better than what I know. You're doing great. As he's going to move forward and
Yep.
swing, because he's
Go
a
ahead, do it.
fighter.
Do it.
I don't think there's much else I can do. Maybe? I'm looking at his
You
feet.
could try to demoralize it, but I don't know if that would work.
Yep. And also, since it's got an attack, is it flat-footed now?
It is flat-footed right now, so it's -2 on the AC.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, move forward, make an attack. That's gonna be a wow, lots of math. I think 34.
Okay, yeah, that's a crit. Can you roll for damage?
Give me a second. I want to make sure that I did that right. No, 33. I'm sorry, 33.
Still a crit.
Okay. That is going to be crap damage. So that's going to be 12 damage.
All right, describe it.
Let me see. Where's the positioning? He's okay. So he's going to see Kako, and they're amazing. You're doing great, Kako. Thank you for all the help. And then he's kind of like trying to do like the, hey, you're doing great throughout this fight. He's like, I'm sorry, I'm just getting in the way at sometimes. As he's going to swing on this final strike, looking back, having made eye contact with Levana. As she tells him, he's like, all right, as he will swing. And as his blade passes through, it'll carry his weight back around as the water comes raining down around him into his hair as he flicks it, looking straight at Levana as his hair
Ooh,
just
can we have
slowly
some music?
falls. As then the pour some sugar on me lightly falls over top of him with the glistening of the salt water on the armor. And then everything picks back up and he wipes his blade off. I didn't want to get salt armor on this. Is everyone all right? Anyone need healing?
And as the water elemental disappears, a secret door opens on the northeastern wall of the chamber, leading deeper into the caves.
Anyone need healing?
Look injured, but I'm okay.
Kako,
see
how are you doing?
Kako's a little ruffled. Her feathers are her a little out of place. She's not looking as good as she did before.
Okay. Jadron will Jadron will move over to Kako, going around the pool, and he will kind of reach into his satchel the whole way, and he's going to pull out a healing potion. He's got a lesser healing potion, so I have no idea what that does.
If
It's
you
1d8.
click on it, it should. Yeah, if you click on it, it should tell you.
Oh no, 2d8 plus
It's
5.
2d8 plus 5.
I actually have one of those. So.
Oh.
Keep.
Okay.
DM, the wand.
Yes.
If you're using a wand,
Yes.
so it says how often can you use it? Then it just says activate 1 action, cast a spell 1 to 3 actions per heal.
Now, I'm going to double check something while you're asking that.
Okay.
But
Wands usually have number charges, but
yeah, a wand contains a single spell which you can cast once per day.
Okay. Once per day.
Yep.
Interesting. What does it do?
Being Elsir got completely ignored by Jadron about a healing as he just walks by in his shimmering but now salty armor.
He asked.
Hey,
Yes,
this is
if
how I
anybody
see
needed
it.
healing.
This is how I see it.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to go up to the main pool because apparently that's where everyone throws their sacrifices. I want to see if there's coins in the bottom of this pool. Coins versus anything else.
So you look into the pool.
Just look. Just look.
Yep. And you don't see anything. No glimmers. No nothing.
We should jump in.
Just the bottom of the pool.
Oh, do I see the bottom?
You do see the bottom.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Get a closer look. Just jump in.
Can I please cast a heal on myself?
Of course you can.
Okay, thank you.
Just tell me how much it is.
All right. 3d8. Hang on one second.
Jadron will begin to massage
Where is this going?
Elsir's shoulders, speaking
Oh.
sweet nothings into his ear.
Will the group continue moving
What-
through the hallways after the healing?
What do you see in that pool, buddy?
What kind of healing?
Pretty
That's-
mouth.
You know, just with everything
14
going
points
on,
of healing.
14, okay.
Elsir is just gonna hop over that little, the connection point and just there he goes again, being center of attention, and walk through the door. Just walk through the door.
Just walk right through.
Just walk.
Will anybody follow?
Levana will follow. Elsir, is there a reason why you don't like that he's the center of attention? Do you want to be the center of attention?
It's not that I want to be the center of attention. I often don't. When there's only light in one spot, there's never a light anywhere else.
Interesting. Let me see. What do I have? I have
You
an
know-
ever-burning torch, and as he says that, I'll light my ever-burning torch and like hold it on. Wait, how tall are you? Are you tall?
Do I have height in here? I'm an elf, so decently.
So you're taller than I am. I'm a halfling, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
be small.
Yeah,
So with that, as you said that, she will take out her ever-burning torch and like hold it up as high as she possibly can, close to you.
I'll see the gesture. I don't know that I know what kind of torch it is, but I'll see the gesture and go, that's probably the kindest thing you've ever done for me. And I'll get down on one knee. I'm just bending down, okay?
What?
You'll understand the clarification.
Jadron.
I'm simply bending down because she's short. That's it.
Hmm?
But I do have a ring on my hand.
Ah!
So Terry, you know what ring this is,
I do.
and I'll simply. That is very kind of you. I have a gift in return for you. Here's a ring that I've had for a long time. I appreciate the gesture you made. I'd be willing to carry that torch for you, and you can have this gift of this ring.
Do I know what it is, DM?
It
Just
looks like a ring to you.
It's an FU ring.
I hope you don't turn down my gift.
What is this ring?
That's just a ring I've had for a long time since we boarded the brass bird.
She'll kind of look suspiciously at him. She kind of knows his backstory and where he kind of comes and how he behaves. Is this something that you have acquired, Elsir? If you know what I'm saying.
Stolen? Is that what you're trying to say? No.
Yes, stone.
No.
Okay. She'll accept I can hold the torch, but she'll accept the ring.
All right.
Would I be able to detect magic on it?
You can, definitely.
Okay. As he turns around, like, she'll detect magic.
And you'll detect no actual magic on it. Does not give off any indications that it's magical.
Okay, so how many, very important question, how many carrots is the
Lab. You know, it's a nice ring. It's, you know, maybe a couple carrots.
Okay. She'll just put it in her pocket, not fully trusting Elsir just because of his background and his past. She knows how he is, so she'll just take it and put it in one of her pockets nearby. Thank you, Elsir.
So I'm assuming you're going to continue moving forward after this.
Yes.
All right. Jadron, will you be joining the group?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll take the back of the group.
All right. So as you all move through, a short passageway opens into a long, quiet chamber, flanked on both sides by wooden racks bedecked with old... Nope, I went the wrong way with you. Gotta go this way. With old, dust-covered weapons.
What's in that room?
We'll get back to that one. The Clockwork Parrot sits atop a small plaque at the far end of the chamber, lit from above by a narrow shaft.
You're muted, Evie.
Sorry. Keiko, seeing this room, remembers a bit of parchment that she received from Kaolo and the captain, and pulls it out, and she looks at it. She looks up at the various weapons, and she says,
Pay homage to the lost. Take not their blade or their spear if you want to win the Pirate King's treasure.
and she'll show the map out to everybody.
I don't recommend taking things from here. But
What?
Can I look at what's at the other end of the chamber? The far
Yes,
end of the chamber.
definitely. So you go across to the far end of the chamber, and there's a plaque. It reads as follows: Honor the weapons of the fallen dead, those who died in service upon the sea, but let not these tools go unused, for even in death they might help the living.
Then after reading that, Keiko's gonna look around at the weapons to see what the weapons on the racks are.
All right. So as you begin looking at the weapons, there's a variety of types. You can find pretty much any type of common sword or spear. There's even a +1 longsword, a +1 rapier, and a +1 spear. There are clubs. There are gaffs. There's a variety of weapons of all types.
Okay, so then
With that, among all of the swords, what you notice that there's actually only a single gaff and only a single club.
So then, looking at all the weapons, she'll kind of think about the note, and it said, "Do not take the blade or the spear," but it didn't say anything about clubs or You said a gaff?
Gaff.
What is that?
So it's GAFF. Okay, it's like a stick with a hook on the end. It's
Okay.
What's like a billy hook?
yeah. Usually used as a bludgeoning type weapon when used in fighting.
Gotcha.
Well, there's a plaque over there.
And she'll turn to the others.
There's a plaque over there that says to use the weapon. And this says do not take the blade or the spear. But gaff and club are neither blade nor spear.
It's a very valid point, Keiko. What are you thinking? Should we take it?
Would you like me to grab one first?
But of course, the hurricane should grab the first one.
He's going to look back towards the other room. If anything, I'd be a hurricane. Thank you. As he will walk towards the gaff. He's going to look back to Kako and kind of like nod. All right. He'll grab it.
And in that moment, I will just make a loud noise, just like, "Blah!" and just, try to catch him off guard.
Oh.
And you'll notice the weapon has a nice even weight, feels good in your hands, would easily be something that you could handle.
Nice. It's got a good girth to it. Do we know if we're meant to give them to the statue or hit the statue with them?
I would imagine you're supposed to use them, for fighting and combat.
It did say honor the dead.
Pay homage to the lost. Take not their blade or their spear if you want to win the Pirate King's treasure.
Does anyone
The
want the
plaque
club?
says to honor them by using their weapons. So,
Jadron's going to go up and look at the statue. And just look for any holes, any recesses, anything.
So you look over the statue and you don't see anything in particular, no place to place any of these weapons that are lying about on the left or the right. Kalo will look at the group. Kalo's been following the gears, continuing to allow Kalo to flap his wings. Hurry now! Hurry!
Anyone want the other weapon? Kako? Levana?
And Kako will walk over toward the club and she'll lift it out of the space that it sits in.
And you feel it, and it's a nice weapon again. Feels balanced, ready for fighting.
feels like a club.
Anything else, Kako, that we could use in here? You seem to understand the riddle.
I am only going by my best assumption based on the information I have.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I'm not
Levana?
sure other than to pay homage based on what it said the honor is via the black on the wall.
Can Levana take all the pieces and kind of assemble them together as to one map
Yes.
now that we have all of them?
Yep.
Okay. Is there an image of all of them together, or is it just the pieces all together?
There
like,
is
separate?
indeed, and I will
Okay.
share it in online. Give me just 1 second so that
Okay.
everybody can see what it is you've put together.
Could we roll for something to just see how we would pay, like ways that people pay homage to the lost? Like, would that be like a society, religion, something like that? Could we make a roll for that? But like sailors, is there a way that sailors usually pay homage to the lost or dead, or pirates, things like that?
So, whose clue is this? This is Keiko's clue, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Keiko would have had the clue long enough to understand some of the meaning towards it. Essentially, what the clue helps to tell, to pay homage to the lost, it's asking to leave the blade and spear, the weapons with sharp edges, if you wish to win the final treasure. And Keiko would have gone over this message multiple times to infer the meaning.
Perhaps we need this further on. Not in this room. Hmm?
I do have my piece, which says that we need to put them lost at sea. Remember that the one that is worth the most always goes last. So maybe that has something to do with that, if there's nothing else in here.
I do not see anything else. So perhaps we continue forward.
I think so.
It looks like
I'll
it now
see.
that you assembled the map. It looks like it shows us where we've been, and apparently another room.
So as you continue your journey, I'm going to move you all into place first. The cavern corridor opens into a naturally domal chamber. 4 stone pedestals stand before you, arrayed in a semicircle around a small altar. Atop the altar are 4 stone sculptures. One depicts the sun. Another has been carved to look like a crescent moon. The third is a tablet that has a small constellation of stars carved into it. The fourth resembles a comet racing through the sky. The pedestals are identical, save for the fact that each has a shining coin set into its face, starting on the left with copper, followed by silver, gold, and finally platinum.
The one that's worth the most goes last, correct?
Platinum?
Platinum. Copper, silver, gold, platinum. Platinum goes last.
The one that is worth the most always goes last.
Yes,
Lost
platinum.
at sea.
Platinum.
So sorry, you said on the pedestals, that's where the coins are, or
Coins are on the pedestals, and on the
Okay.
altar are the 4 stones.
So I'd imagine then reflecting these copper, silver, gold, platinum need to be put in the right spot here on the table.
we need to put the coins on the table, or we need to put the stuff on the altar on the floor?
The 4 stones on the altar
Yeah.
On
should
the
be
altar,
placed upon the 4 stones. So there's the 4 stone pedestals. I'm
Mhm.
going to move this over a little bit so you guys can see.
Yeah.
And the altar. Okay. Atop the altar are 4 stone sculptures. One depicts the sun, another crescent moon, the third a small constellation of stars, and the fourth a comet racing through the skies. Now, looking at our pedestals, they are identical, except that starting on the left, it's copper, silver, gold, and platinum, a coin embedded in each.
Okay. Yeah. So I think what we need to do is bring the items from from the altar onto the pedestals.
Mhm.
Going from left to right, I would assume.
But how do we decipher which one is worth, or what order they go into?
Sun, moon, and
Sun, moon,
Stars,
constellations, and a
comet.
comet.
okay. Well, which one came first, or which one is the most valuable?
Sun, life.
Keiko, the steering wheel, the wheel on the ship. What were the symbols?
North, south, east, west.
That's just what, and a wave in the middle, correct?
Waves.
Yeah.
Mm.
Lost at sea. Remember that the one that's worth the most always goes last.
When you're
Is
lost
there-
at sea, what do you look for?
Constellations. And constellations then have the most.
Lost
value.
at sea, what time of day?
That's true. DM, is there anything else around in this room?
No.
So the constellations give directions. The moon gives light. Those are most valuable when lost at sea. The sun just illuminates the area. Never seemed to be helpful when we were lost.
Comet?
And a comet, maybe even less valuable.
When you are lost, it is best to wait till nighttime till you can see the constellations to know the
Yes.
direction you're going in.
Yes.
So, quick question: is everybody still standing outside? Has anybody moved towards the altar yet?
I'd move in to be.
Yeah,
able
we
to
would-
see
yeah,
all of
we-
it, yeah.
I
I would
mean,
move
close
in.
enough to see it. but-
Yeah.
As you move into the altar, you see there is an inscription on the altar.
Do better.
To find your way, you must be able to navigate by the sun, the moon, and the stars, preying upon a lucky comet to find your way home. The sun is mighty in value, worth more and placed before the stars. The moon in her pale radiance can't be gold or copper. To spy a comet is worth 100 times what you might get for glancing upon the moon. The stars come out right before the moon rises.
The
Can we
comet
see- can
is
you-
platinum.
Okay.
Can you send that in the chat?
Yeah, can you send that in the chat? Bless.
Of course I can. I think I can.
So
I think
the comet sounds like platinum. It's worth 100 times more.
I cannot because it is not in my art assets. It is not something they've given me.
We'll just
to
die.
find your way, you
The
must be able
sun
to.
is mighty in value, worth more in place before the stars. So sun becomes 4 stars
And the
on
comet
this. The
after.
moon can't be gold or copper, so the moon can't be first or last, or third or
Oh,
last. So it goes
yeah.
copper, silver, gold, platinum. So the moon can't be in the copper spot or the gold spot. And then that means that
Because the moon is silver.
the moon in Paradise. To spy a comet is worth 100 times what you might get for glancing upon the moon. So comet is worth 100 times. So it means it has to be in a place that's valued 100 more than. So because each money value is 10
Right.
separated
so the comet
from
is
each other.
platinum and the moon
So-
is silver.
Not
I thought the
necessarily.
moon would be copper.
So
Or is
the
it
moon,
copper? Did I do that math wrong?
the
Because the
moon,
Moon
100
can't be
times the
copper.
copper.
The moon
Yeah,
in
so
her
it's
pale
silver.
radiance can't be gold or copper. So the moon has to be silver.
Right.
Oh, right. Okay.
The stars come out right before the moon rises.
So the stars
what
are
is 100
copper.
times
So-
silver? So 100 silver is gold, right? Is one gold?
No, 10 silver.
No, that's
is
platinum.
one
Oh no,
gold.
100
So-
times. 100 times.
Yeah, so it goes moon is silver, platinum is the comet, but it's the copper and the gold that we're having a tough time with.
So it's moon. It's
It'd be
it's
stars,
constellation, moon, sun.
sun,
Comet.
comet.
sun comet,
Yes.
Sun,
because
comet.
the sun can't be before
Because
the
The
stars.
sun is mighty in value, worth more in place before the stars, which means that the
Yeah, and
sun
then the-
has to come it's worth more than the stars. So if the stars is at copper, that means the sun could be in any position
Mhm.
to the right of the stars.
Mhm.
The moon can't be in gold or copper, so it has to either be silver or platinum. But we know that
Comet is platinum.
the comet is 100 times what you might get for glancing upon the moon.
Yeah.
So that means that a moon can't be platinum, so it has to be silver
Yeah. So it would be
for it to still be 100 times
so
more.
it'd be stars.
And the stars come out
moon,
before,
sun.
because
comet.
stars come right out before the moon rises. So stars, moon, sun, comet.
Okay.
So stars to copper, silver is moon, gold is sun, and platinum is the comet.
So with that, each of us will pick up an item.
Yep.
And place it.
Please
in
tell me the order that they're being placed. First
Okay.
placement is what?
The stars.
Where?
So Levana will pick
Copper.
up the tablet of the constellations and put it in the copper spot.
Second placement?
Kako will pick up the moon and place it upon the silver
Third?
pedestal.
Elsir will pick up the sun and put it in the gold spot.
Fourth?
Because the most valuable has to go last.
Never gonna let that go.
And the fourth?
I think you're thinking of Levana when you say that, friend. As he will then walk and put the shooting
Comet.
star or the comet in the platinum.
As the final one is placed, I need everyone to please roll a fortitude save.
Oh, jeez.
Fort
cocked.
save.
That's great.
25.
Dirty 20.
31.
19.
Everybody except Elsir will take half damage.
I'm so glad I healed that before I came into this room.
13 points of damage. So everybody will take 6 points except for Elsir, who takes 13. Knocking over all of the stones to the ground.
Dang it. Not the right order.
A rush of wind blows through the room. And the statues are on the ground.
Oh, freak.
Okay. Hold on. Let's rethink this. Did it too fast. Okay. So the moon can't be gold or copper.
Oh, there it is.
Copper, silver, gold, platinum. So the moon can't be this one or this one.
Kalo will squawk at you.
Oh, moon can't be gold
Yeah.
or silver. Or
Oh, copper.
I think you had the right ones, but the wrong order.
Other way around?
Pardon
So-
me?
Yeah, I guess.
But the moon can't be gold, so it can't go into the,
So it's
the
platinum.
gold position.
So, oh, right.
The one that's
Stars.
worth more has to go last. So we did it backwards. We did. Oh no, that's right.
Oh, at the lowest position. But
Wait a
I
minute.
know, I'm confused.
And then
Yeah, same.
Stars.
and then Levana will look at Kako like, or no, sorry, not Kako, the bird.
Mm.
Did we do it backwards? The other bird, the mechanical bird, not the chocolate bird.
And he's going to squawk again.
There are two things to look at: where they're placed and the order they're placed.
So
Okay.
put them in the same spot, but put them in their place from platinum to copper.
It said
Right
the one
order.
that one that is worth more must always go last.
Yeah, so it's, I don't know.
So then how the heck do we do that? That doesn't make any sense.
Let's
that-
try it. Let's
Does
try
that
it.
mean
I can take
the-
another hit.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, same. So we just do in the opposite order with the comet going in the copper position.
Platinum to copper, same order.
Just
Is that how you're
Yes.
placing them?
Elsir and I can do it if the other two don't want to get hit.
I mean, but we still might get hit even if you.
Which direction did the wind come from? Could I seek shelter in behind an altar?
It filled the room.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
yeah,
is
there's
not.
no way.
There's no way of us getting out of this.
Hmm.
Okay, the sun, the moon, stars, probably lucky comet to find. Your way
Wait.
home.
The stars come out right before the moon rises.
Right. That's. I
That
mean,
has
the
nothing to
stars come
do-
out right before the moon rises.
That had nothing to do with the order of them. It's just the last sentence. The stars come out right before the moon rises. So then, yeah, you would start with the star and then the moon. That's the order that we had it in, though. To find your way.
Moon can't be gold or copper. Sun is mighty and valley, worth more in place before the stars. So the sun has to come before the stars, then the stars come before the moon, and then the comet is 100 times what you might get for glancing upon the moon. 100 times means less.
So it appears less than it does. So that would be less.
Yeah, so
right?
the comet is actually first. So the comet should be copper. The moon. Okay, so then comet's
it's
copper.
backwards? Comet is copper.
No, wait. Comet's copper. The stars come before the moon. So the moon, and then the sun is mighty and valley, worth more, place before the stars. So it goes comet, sun, stars, and moon last at platinum. So comet, sun, moon, or wait. Comet, Esther, honey. I'm trying to. It's glancing on the moon, so the moon has to be. Ridiculous. Place before the stars. Stars before moon, so moon has to be platinum. Moon is platinum.
No, I was like, don't take that down. We're still looking at it.
No. Moon is platinum, and then.
And I've told the chat to feel free
gold.
to help you, but so far they're not very helpful.
Feel free to help them. Anybody?
Sun.
Somebody?
So silver, comet. So the sun is copper, I think. Copper. So sun, comet, stars, moon. If I've done that in the correct order. I think
Okay.
that's right.
I trust you, Kako.
All right. So give me the statue and which
Kako
pillar
just said.
in order. So the first statue and pillar is
I don't know. I'm doubting everything now.
Doubting life. See,
I
it's the
think-
last sentence that gets you because we got the order right, I think. And then,
Well-
but then it says
So,
the stars come out
sun-
right
Evelyn,
before.
what were you saying?
I am
What was-
going to give you a
Sun,
very minor hint
copper.
here. I'm going to give you a minor hint here.
Okay.
No one said you had to go in the order of copper, then silver, then gold, then platinum.
Oh, okay. So that's the right order. We're just putting them on wrong.
That's what.
Wait, what?
Is-
I'm so confused.
He said that.
That's what I said.
You do not necessarily have to put the copper one on first, the silver one second, the gold third, or the platinum fourth.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay. So the
So
star
when
comes
you
out
read-
before.
When you read the sentences, there's value and there's order of placement.
Right. So
Oh,
we have
okay.
to place them in the correct order and then get them in the correct value spots. So what was the thing that your thing said? Vivi?
Oh, it
your
says
image.
that Lost at Sea, remember that the one that is worth the most always goes last.
Worth the most always goes last.
So I think
whatever we
that-
do, we have to place the moon last. I think, right? Because platinum is the most valuable.
Yeah, so it says the sun is okay, so the sun is worth more in place before the stars. So the sun we would put down first before the stars. And then it says the stars come out right before the moon rises. So then the moon would come after the stars. And then we're just trying to think about a comet is worth 100 times what you might get for glancing upon the moon. So it's just the comet is the only one that we're trying to figure out. So would the comet come before or after the moon?
Comet should It says spy com is worth 100 times what you might get for glancing upon the moon. So
would you glance at the moon
100 times.
and then see a comet? So then would it go last? Comet? Because for sure the sun, it says the sun is worth more and placed before the stars. So sun before stars.
No, it's gotta be comet,
And then moon?
sun, stars, and moon. Yes.
Comet first?
Comet, sun, stars, and moon.
Okay. We're gonna say comet, sun. I'm just
Comment
looking at
on
you
what?
for-
Comment on what pillar?
Comet on the platinum pillar.
Okay.
Sun on the silver.
Okay.
Stars on the copper, and moon on the gold.
No, moon can't go in gold.
Oh,
Moon cannot go in gold.
what did we have the order before? Stars,
Your original order.
With
Yeah.
stars,
Original order was
moon,
star, moon, sun.
sun,
Okay.
and then
Stars, moon, sun,
comet.
comet.
Okay, then sorry, my bad. Comet on platinum, sun on gold, stars on copper, moon on silver.
Final answer.
Final answer.
Please give me a fortitude
Do-do-do-do.
20 save.
That was it. Natural 20 plus fortitude.
A lot.
A lot.
20.
A
Oh,
lot.
so everybody saved this time?
No.
Oh.
Okay. So everybody takes 10 points except for Elsir, who takes 21.
Jesus.
Holy crap.
So this is where I'm going to now help you guys.
Okay.
Because I want to get through. So, the
Is it
sun is
sun, stars?
mighty in value,
Okay.
worth more and placed before the stars, meaning it is a high cost, but
Yeah.
it is put out on its pedestal before the
first,
The
stars.
stars
Yeah.
are.
The moon and her pale radiance can't be gold or copper. That's an easy one. It's either silver or platinum. We know
platinum.
that. To spy a comet is worth 100 times what you might get for glancing up at the moon. So a comet is 100 times better than a moon, which makes the moon
Okay.
what?
Less valuable than.
What? No, which
than-
one? If the moon can't be gold or copper, it can either be silver or platinum. So it is
Silver.
silver, which makes the comet.
Platinum.
Okay, so far
Platinum.
so good.
So
The star comes out right before the moon rises. So that's an order-based thing,
Mhm.
meaning that it'll go stars, then moon in order so far. We also know that the
Okay.
sun is mighty in value and placed before the stars. So then we know sun, then stars, then moon,
moon.
then comet. So we
That's
have
what
our
I said.
order.
I was trying to figure out if
Okay.
comet went before or after moon. Okay, I was almost there.
So then
Yeah.
the only thing that we're missing is how much is the stars and how much is the sun. Well, we know the sun is
the
mighty in
comet-
value. Well, we know the comet's already platinum because it's 100 times
Right.
what the moon is.
so that's the one that has to go last.
Yep. And the sun is going to be gold because it's mighty in value versus the stars. So the correct order is you place the sun sculpture on the gold pillar first. You place the star sculpture on the copper pillar second. You place the moon sculpture on the silver pillar third. And you place the comet sculpture on the platinum pillar fourth.
Last.
Okay, see, okay, gotcha.
So you guys had in your first iteration had them with the right amounts, but not the right
the order was wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys were like dead right there.
Yeah, okay. Not really dead though, please.
No. And as that
I don't know
happens,
about that.
a door opens. And why can't I open the door?
It's a trap.
It won't let me unlock the token. There we go. Oh. Well, fine. I'll just pull you guys over to where I need you to be.
We busted the door.
You bust through the door into
In emerges a chocolate
All this time,
bird.
Jadron's been like carving at the door.
Who cares about this?
And who am I missing? Keiko. After solving the puzzle, you enter a large open space. The rolling ocean has been painted on the walls of this chamber in faded blue and pale white. Opposite the entrance is a raised platform with the enormous stone throne set against the far wall. An equally large skeleton sits on the throne, clad in a raiment of pirate, complete with a patch over one of its empty eye sockets. The voice of your former captain calls out from the darkness.
Arr, my old friends, you have come so far, and the end is just over the horizon. I hope you will face this final test together and learn, as I have, that you can only step into the future by overcoming your past. And with that, I ask that you roll initiative.
Also, before we go in the room, I was going to drink a healing potion.
Okay, that makes sense.
I did not.
Me
quite
as well.
Yep. Well, let me get your initiatives, and then we'll go ahead and make sure everybody's healed how they want to heal.
33 for initiative.
Holy crap.
That's a good roll.
15.
Are
33.
you adding your perception?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Perception of +9.
Oh, jeez. What were you saying in the very beginning about your son's dice?
I know.
I just screwed him for life.
I know. You cursed his dice.
Jadron's 26.
And Keiko?
29.
You should probably wear that ring I gave you. Might help.
All right.
Do I trust you? Are you going to tell me that? Are you telling me this information?
We begin the final
you
battle. You see this giant skeleton, and Levana Salt Spray, our cleric, is first. Oh, well, let me get your heals real quick. So,
okay, yes.
what did you have, Jadron, on your heals?
I think I healed for 15.
Okay.
I need to roll mine. Ooh, that's a nice 8.
Does anybody have healer's tools?
I looked and I did not see it.
Yep. I was like, great. I have the combat healing, but I
15.
can't do it.
15.
Yes.
Okay.
What were you asking for?
Healer's tools.
Healer's tools?
Yeah. I looked through
no.
everybody's,
'Cause
just
If
assuming.
you're trained in medicine, you can do treat wounds, and that's a pretty decent heal.
Yeah, it
that
is.
doesn't require spell slots or items.
Would you have let me heal the group before I go? We go
Yes.
in, or was
If
this
you
already...
if you wanted to use a heal, go ahead and do that.
Okay. She'll ask the group everything about everybody before we go in if everybody needs anything.
But I've kind of had the wind knocked through me a couple times.
Just a few. And she'll toss you
That last
a
room was
healing,
pretty rough.
a lesser healing potion.
What's that? 1d8?
2d8 plus
2d8
5.
Plus 5.
I see. You saved the other. No. Oh, thank you.
All right. So how much does
Yeah,
each
I'll-
person?
Oh! I'm sorry
Use
for
my lesser
just
healing
making a
potion
loud
too.
noise, but I got a 1 on.
Oh, you should have let me roll it.
No,
Oh,
you are supposed to roll it for the
Oh,
heal.
am I?
sweet.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
you roll the
Finish
heal.
your Potion.
What was
Yeah.
it again? Sorry, I just removed it from my inventory.
2d8.
Oh, it was a potion.
It was
Yeah.
a healing potion.
Oh, then yeah, then Elsir needs
He has
to roll it.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
never
Oh,
mind.
well then I got 7 plus 5, so that's 12.
12. That's not
Okay,
bad.
well,
That's
better
that's,
than
yeah.
nothing. Do you still look injured?
Yes, he does.
If I was a sail,
I
your
used-
ship wouldn't go anywhere. I've got the wind knocked out of me.
Okay,
I-
then I will use my wand of heal.
I healed
No.
myself for 20 points with my healing potion.
All right, good.
Okay,
So-
wand of heal acts like a heal spell, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so then I can do it's 3d8 for me.
Yep. that'll probably help him unless you roll 3 1s.
Nope. And one more.
Only I would do that, Terry.
I know.
15 total.
Oh, hey, I got a smile on my face.
As she pulls out the wand from her hip, and she'll just cast heal on you.
All right.
And then she'll look at you and she'll say, "What of your sails now?"
My sails are well filled, but not No way. And by the way, about the just going to combat at that point.
All right. And with that, Levana Salt Spray, what is it you wish to do?
I shall cast heroism. Tap one. Oh, I can only cast it on one person.
Heroism?
Mm-hmm.
Heroin.
I mean, you can.
I can't do the group. That's not a group thing, yeah.
I'm just double checking. No, I don't believe it is. It's targets one creature, and you have to be touching them. Yep.
Touching me.
Jeez. And it gives them a 1+1.
To attack rolls, perception checks, saving throws, and skill checks. As she reaches out to grab Jadron's hand, she'll cast heroism.
I love it.
When you feel a heat emanating from our hands.
And that's 2 actions. Third action?
Third action, she will move behind one of those pillars. Is it a pillar, I'm assuming? Or rocks,
they're
or whatever?
yeah. It gives you concealment.
Okay, yes. She would like to move for concealment, please.
Okay.
Not a boulder. It's a rock.
All right. Keiko.
Keiko.
Okay,
Keiko.
1 second.
Cacao. Cacao.
Cacao. Cacao.
Okay, so first I would like to recall knowledge.
All right. Give me a giant skeleton roll. Give me a roll and I'll tell you what you're looking for.
Okay, that just went way out of the tray. Hold on. Okay, that's a 15 on the die.
Okay, and you are going to want to look at your interwebs go
Occultism
faster.
for giant skeleton.
I think it is. That's where I'm leaning towards. How is there not any skeleton? Let's try skeleton guard. Undead religion, actually.
Religion. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's a 16.
It's a 16?
Yeah, total, because I have +1 in religion.
All right. So you know that this skeleton is resistant to cold, electricity, fire, piercing, and slashing damage.
All right. So she will relay that information. So she is going to say it's immune to piercing, slashing, cold, electricity,
Fire, piercing, slashing, electricity, and cold.
yes, those ones. So for second action, let's see. Okay. So yeah. In that case, what can I actually do against this thing? She's going to try to.
Do you have the club or the gaff?
Oh yeah, I have the club.
The club is
So,
bludgeoning.
Yeah, she's going to. Well, I gotta move. So, however far I can move. Am I 30?
You're 30 feet?
25 feet.
25?
25 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, 25
I got you. Oops.
I can't get all the way there and attack
Nope,
it. in
you
this
cannot.
round, obviously, so I will just use my second 2 actions to close the distance.
Oh, you're okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So there we go.
So yeah, move and then move again.
You sure you want to move into the space right before his turn?
No, actually no.
Okay, good.
And then for my third action, I will
And I did not say he was immune to piercing and slashing. I just said he was resistant.
resistant.
So just deal a lot of damage each time.
No big deal.
No big
pressure,
deal.
No pressure.
Okay.
Yes.
Tomato. Tomato. Like, do you have some? You can shoot with your crossbow.
Yeah. I was just trying to. There was something I was trying to see if I could do. Sorry, it's
You're fine.
Syrup.
Butter toffee.
Oh.
Thanks.
Animal skin.
I like donkeys.
Righteous fury of the gods.
Yeah, she'll just use the crossbow, I guess.
All right,
Shards.
Yeah, I couldn't find the other thing I was trying to do, but
that's fine.
why are my weapons? Okay, there we go. So crossbow, flop. That's a 24 to hit.
And it will miss.
Yeah.
All right. It's our lovely pirate's turn.
We're all pirates.
Which one?
He's going to move up to Keiko.
No, not Cankles.
And he's going to attack with his gaff hook.
Hey.
Okay.
Where is that thing, that weapon that we got from that other room? You have it?
Yep.
She's-
I've got a gaff and Kako's got a club.
20 does a 23 hit?
It does not hit Kako.
It does not. Okay. Actually, I don't think it does.
I don't think it does.
Oh,
Because Kako's amazing.
it does by 1.
Well, I'm going to use DM's begging to make sure it does not.
Sorry, it already did. So this will be 2d10. So that's. I have to find my d10s. There's 1.
Actually, I have an obliviate one, so maybe you won't know.
An obliviate.
Obliviate the DM. Quick.
Oh, okay. That's going to be 26 points of damage.
Ah!
Um,
All right.
and oh no, it was not critically hit, so that's good.
Yeah. That would have taken even me out in that one hit.
And it's going to actually then reposition because it sees others. And that's its turn. All right, Jadron, your turn.
Jadron doesn't like this.
No, I know.
But Jadron will move up behind the creature. Are they flat-footed because they are attacking the person to the front?
You're saying you're moving about right there?
I don't know where that is.
So essentially directly
Yes.
across. Yes, that is
Yes,
that
yes.
makes it flat-footed. Correct.
Perfect. I'm going to use my healing touch. Or lay on hands on the creature. And that's going to be a fortitude save.
Oh my gosh, that's tricky. All right. Fortitude save.
Mm-hmm.
26.
Freak. It saves, but it still takes half damage.
Correct.
Hey, DM.
Yes.
I had to step out of the room, and then something was attacking me. So
You're
what
fine.
Were those rolls against me?
You took 26 damage.
No, but what were the rolls to attack me?
Oh, it was a 23.
Oh, 23.
I would have used my reaction to
okay.
do my nimble dodge. That would make my AC a 24 against that.
Then
Okay.
you took no damage.
Yeah. So reaction, nimble dodge.
Love it.
Oh,
How much? What's wrong?
wait.
Waiting.
I think I've got to make a touch attack.
Is this with lay on hands?
Yes. Against undead target, you deal 3d6 damage, and it must make a basic.
Oh, it
fortitude
automatically deals 3d6
save. Okay,
damage. Then I
so
think.
the only failure here is that it would take a -2 penalty for AC.
So it did not do that.
So it did not do that, but it takes a full 3d6.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It does.
That's 14 damage
Damn. All right.
to it.
All right.
And that's his 2 actions, and then his final action is going to be him swinging with a longsword, if you allow him.
Yeah.
Oh, he would have had to touch. No, his final action would have to be to pull out his sword.
Yeah. If he, well, no, he could have touched with his shield hand.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll leave
because
that
he
to
could
DM.
have. He could have reached around it with the shield facing away
Reach
from
around.
him. Yeah.
Yeah.
He could have touched him with the shield hand.
So I reach around, touch his bones, and then I'm going
Right.
to swing with my longsword at him.
Yes.
Yikes. 23 to hit.
He's flanked, and it just misses.
Okay. Cool. That's it. Turn.
All right, Elsir.
Okay.
This is Elsir's
So-
chance finally.
The information got relayed about the lightning, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So
The
I'm not doing
electricity.
that one.
Yeah.
Then crashing waves, because I can't search. I tried to search that one too. Couldn't find anything. Do I need
For-
water present for crashing waves?
You do not. And it deals bludgeoning damage as well.
And what is the dice roll?
It's a reflex save actually.
But how? But before you do that, how many? What's the dice?
Oh, it's 66.
Oh. Well, I was gonna do something to really help one of you, but I am gonna do that. It's
Yeah.
a targeted attack or a
Yes,
area attack?
it is. To creatures in the area. It looks no. It's a 30-foot cone. It's a 30-foot
So I
cone.
want to position myself, go to the left, and so that attack to the right. I want to send the cone into the open.
So you want to come like this way, and you'll see it in a second, and
Yeah.
send your cone
Yes, correct.
this way.
Exactly.
All right.
And he moved quite a ways. Yeah, I'll step back a couple steps.
That's as far where it's at is
And
now.
yeah, I step back.
Yep. Okay.
So it's still gonna hit them?
No, I'm going to allow it to miss them.
Oh, okay.
As they have worked with you long enough to know to step out of the way of this wave.
Okay. Perfect.
All right.
What?
Yeah. You guys were on a ship together for years.
It can hit Jadron, you know.
I knew
Yeah,
you'd say that.
How
So,
dare you?
29. So I'm assuming I save,
Yeah.
but I'm still going to take half damage. Well, yeah, I'll still take half damage.
And that's, you said 66?
66. Yep. You could get a good roll here.
1, 2. Well, I have 2, so I'm going to roll them a couple times.
No, that's fine.
So it better be good. 1 and 2. 3 and 4, so that's 10. 1 and 6, so that's 17. So 8?
Yep.
Yeah, that was a big splash for nothing.
Rory. I love you.
And that is a 2. Yep. All right.
Yep.
So we rotate to Levana.
Levana will move around, or can I reach him from where the pillar is?
You can
Or do
reach
I
him
need to
now
move?
because of his
Okay.
movement. Yes.
Correct. I have Searing Light,
I knew
which
it.
the range is 120 feet. I can shoot a blasting ray of light tinged with holy energy.
Mhm.
Searing light.
Range, yes, Searing Light. The ray deals. Is it an automatic hit or I have to roll to hit?
That's
That-
a roll to hit, unless
that's
it
a
has
roll to hit.
a save.
Yeah, no,
It
that's
should
a
be
roll to hit.
Okay, roll to hit. I will roll to hit. So it's a 5d6 for fire damage. And is this a fiend or undead? Is it technically undead? Because it's skeleton.
Is this fire? Oh, it is fire damage. Okay.
It is fire, so that would be half.
It
right?
is undead, so you
It is
deal an
undead, so I
extra
deal
5d6.
of good damage.
Cheesy crazy.
Hold on.
So sorry, how many d6 is that?
That's
11.
10d6.
depends.
10.
12.
All right.
Here's my spell.
Yeah.
Check something.
12.
Yeah.
We've got to hit first. You got to roll to hit.
Hold on.
I know, I know. I'm
Hold on.
calculating. 12,
Don't roll a 1.
20, 22, 23 to hit.
Oh,
Misses.
no.
No.
You have a hero point. You have a hero point, I
I
think.
have a hero
Reroll
point.
it.
Can I reroll?
Yes.
Yeah.
15 plus 11, 26.
That hits.
Yeah! What's the reroll?
Okay,
And-
so I'll do the 5d6 for fire damage. It will be half, correct?
Yeah, and then your extra damage is good damage.
Yeah.
Which is normal.
So
I
that
don't
one
need to-
wouldn't get
okay.
halved.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my
so you
gosh.
only have
This
to have
is
the fire
gonna
damage.
hurt.
It's
Sorry, I just
literally
wanted-
called good damage.
I love being a cleric. Get the dead things.
4,
It's the
So you
best.
say it just
20.
kills it.
21 of fire damage, so in half would
The
be what?
halved is
That's
10?
10.
Okay, so and then 5d6 good damage.
This is what I'm not looking forward to.
Bring it on. All the sixes. Come on.
Ooh, a
I wanna feel.
10, 20, 22? 22 points of good damage.
Holy crud. All right. All
As she
right.
prays to her deity. And as she's praying, mid-pray, she will look over at Elsir. And then you'll see a cast of holy light come from her hands and target the creature right in the heart.
All right. So that was 2.
Do it again.
And
Do it again.
Then I will take a bow. It's kidding. Just joking. Cast.
So what are you going to do?
Where is it? I will move around the pillar just to the other side of it, or the rock just to the other
Like,
side to
yeah,
be
I
out of the
fi-
way. Yep.
Yep. Keiko. And currently
right.
he is flat-footed to you.
Ooh, goody. And that means I can get a sneak attack against him because he's flat-footed.
Yeah.
Come on, Elsir.
Haha. Sneak attack, sneak attack. All right, so sweet. So then what else did I want to do? I want to also guide. First thing I want to do, cast guidance on Elsir because I think he
Yeah.
needs some help. And then I'm going to take my club. I don't. Would my to hit be the same as it is for my other weapon for the club?
Yes. Yes. Same hit.
Okay, so it'd be plus 14. Plus 14.
Yeah.
So yeah. So sneak attack damage if I hit. I'm gonna use hero point to reroll that because that was a natural one, and I don't
No.
like that.
I don't like that either.
Get that out of here.
That's much better. That's a 30 to hit.
That'll hit.
Ooh. All right, and then that's 2d6. For 10 points of damage.
All right.
Yeah.
Ooh.
10 points of yamage.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, is the club a
Sweet
d6?
potatoes.
It's 1d6. Yes.
Okay, so that was right. Okay, so I'm just making sure. Okay, so then again with the club for my third action. Sneak attack. That was a natural 20.
What?
That is a crit.
Yay.
Woot, 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 woot.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
So, so don't double the sneak attack, but I do double the club damage.
Sounds like someone's going clubbing.
Oh, that's a 6 for the club, so that's 12.
Right.
And then for the sneak attack damage, that's 5. So 17 total points of damage between my club and the sneak attack damage.
What
All
she's
right.
trying to say is get wrecked.
And it did. And is that all of yours?
Get wrecked. Yeah, that's all of my actions.
All right. So you look, and this skeleton, you have done some major damage with everything that has just occurred. It was crazy, and the skeleton is none too happy about that, and as such is going to focused assault on Cacao. he's going to make 2 strikes with its claw against one foe. The multiple attack penalty does not increase until after both attacks are resolved. First attack. Does a 34 hit and does it... I'm sorry, not 34. 33 hit and does it crit?
Who?
Cacao.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that hits.
Cacao.
Does it crit?
30 what?
33.
Yeah, that'll crit.
All right. And does a 30 10 29 30 even. Does that hit?
That'll hit, but it doesn't crit.
All right. So the first one we'll do 8, 16, 26 points of damage.
All right.
And the second will deal 26 points of damage.
Yeah. That's my health, I believe.
Let me double check. That's 50.
Yep. That's me at 0.
Put you
Oh
at 0.
my gosh.
Okay. So that means then you are at 1 dying.
Yep.
Okay.
What does the skeleton look like, DM?
Giant.
I know. I mean, like, what shape does he look like? Does he look
Sexy.
like he's like
Really
good?
horny.
I mean, he looks like a skeleton magically infused to stay together.
Does
Really
he look
effing hot.
strong? Does he
Oh,
look
he
like
is.
He's
vegan?
looking injured. He's looking severely
Okay.
injured right now. Yeah.
Weirdly aroused.
Oh, guess what? I've got good news for you.
What's
You're
that?
not down because I didn't read the full thing.
Oh.
He cannot use that move when there are 2 things within reach of him.
Which he has 3.
Yeah, no, just 2. It's
Oh,
just
okay.
because you
Yeah,
moved
just
around.
2.
You moved around
Oh,
the
right.
side.
Levana.
But
So-
isn't well? There's 3 of you guys, aren't there?
No,
But not with a melee.
Including
Oh, that's a
himself.
melee.
It's only Kako and Jadron.
so he is going to use his gaff hook. He did get a 38, which crits.
Yeah.
So we'll roll for damage on that, and then there's additional things.
Hold on.
That's hitting
That's going to
me.
be 18. No, this is still on Cacao.
No, he's redoing
Because I messed up.
attacks.
18, 20.
I love
That'll
how it
be
just becomes
28 points of
Okay,
damage.
so that would be the first one, right? So
Yeah.
52 minus 28 is 24. Okay.
Okay. And because it was a crit, you are now impaled upon the gaff hook.
Lovely.
So you're grabbed, and whenever the giant pirate skeleton maintains the grab, the creature takes 1d10 plus 10 piercing from it. So you're on that, and then he's going to turn towards Jadron.
Jaden.
Jaden and Cacao.
He's going to attack Jadron with his claw. Will a 29 hit?
Yes. Did not hold up my shield last time.
And that's 20 points of damage. And he... Wait.
He waits. Perfect.
Did I say 29?
You said 29 to hit.
Should have been a 24.
Still hits. Perfect.
Okay. And then he's going to attack you one more time.
Awesome.
Does a 22 hit?
22 will not.
All right. And that will end his turn. Jadron.
Ow.
Isn't it top of the round? So it should have.
No.
Oh.
The monster just went.
Oh, you went. Okay, right. Okay. So
Yep, I'm in pain. So that was really mean. And he's just going to have an attack.
Do it.
Also, it
He
says I
is
have
flat-footed.
3 focus points. So does that mean I can cast this spell 3 times?
So you cast it once already. So now you
Yeah.
can cast it a second time. Correct.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna try and go for that booty slap again. And
Oh, no.
just-
You only have one focus point.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I just see focus 3 on.
Oh, yeah. No, that's the level. That's heightened
Gotcha.
from 1.
Cool.
Yep.
Then
So
I've used it.
You have.
Then I will get a swinging. How's this bony boy looking?
He's hurt.
Okay.
He is hurt.
Yeah, I'm going to keep swinging with the longsword because even though he's resistant to it, it's still going to deal more damage than the belly hook. And it's going to be easier to hit. That's going to be a miss with 23.
A 23 will not hit.
Yeah. Even with him flat-footed?
Even with him flat-footed.
Nah, I'm going to shoot myself. Okay.
I was gonna say he wouldn't be. Would he be flat-footed anymore? since
Yes, you can draw a line
Keiko's not
directly.
technically flanking.
You are flanking. You draw a line directly between you.
I'm on a hook.
Oh. Well, yeah, I guess you're not flat-footed anymore.
Okay. What do I wish to do? That is a great question. Yeah, I'm still gonna. Yeah, I'm just gonna strike again.
All right.
Because he's already flat-footed.
No, he's not flat-footed.
Oh, he's not flat-footed.
No, because she's on a pike.
Okay.
On a gaff.
Then he's gonna try and mess with him to get flat-footed. I don't know how that works in Pathfinder.
So there's the only way you could get him flat-footed right now. You could try tripping him.
Okay.
That I believe is a single. Is it 2?
I hope it's a single action.
Trip. Where's my trip in here? Class.
Raid. Thank you, Raid.
Thank you. Yeah. So
you're amazing.
It's a single. It's a single. So attempt an athletics check versus my reflex DC.
Okay. You said athletics?
Yep.
Wonderful. That's going to be a 29.
I rolled a 27. So he is now. That's a 6. So he is prone. When prone, now he is flat-footed to you again, even without being flanked.
And what does prone do? Does that give me
so
any other sort of bonuses, or just the -2 to his AC?
I believe he also takes -2 circumstance on penalty to attack rolls, and he can only crawl or stand. So that's it. It's the flat-footed.
Okay. Then I'm just going to hold up my shield as the final action of what I can do.
All right.
Kako, are you all right? Do you need help?
She just kind of gestures at the hook that is through her.
So he's down. He's prone, so he's laying down, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So what oh, sorry. Whose turn is it next?
He
Sorry.
still has his weapon. So he didn't drop his weapon. He just went down. So Kako is still impaled on the hook. All right. It is Elsir. Rory had to leave, but he left me notes on what he wanted to do.
Right.
His first attack is next attack. He's Genie's Veil on Jadron.
Oh.
And he says, "We must learn to overcome the past in order to move into the future." And what that does, spells. It's a focus spell. Oh, that's a reaction though. He will use that, not yet though. That will help you, but not yet. Okay. And so he's going to cast haste on Cacao.
Yeah.
So
Cow.
What does that do in Tui? Because I don't know what it does.
You get an
Quick-
extra
it's
5
a
actions.
quick chocolate.
Chocolate milkshake.
Nestle quick. Nestle quick.
So it goes for a quickie.
What haste does is It empowers you to act faster. You gain the quickened condition, which allows you can use the extra action each round. So you get 4 actions per round.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Sweet.
And that lasts a minute.
Oh, cool.
All right. So he's going to do that. He's also going to move over here
I love her so much.
to behind Jadron because he feels safer there. And then, so that would be all 3 of his actions.
I'm surprised he doesn't want to take the spotlight.
Levana Salt Spray, you are up.
Levana will cast a ray of enfeeblement.
Ooh. On
So
Jadron.
a ray with the power to sap a foe's strength flashes from your hand. You need to fortitude save.
Fortitude?
Save, please.
Okay.
DC 21.
Yeah, he made that.
I was gonna say his big skeleton. He probably got us a fortitude.
Yep.
Big boy.
Was it a critical success?
That's what I'm
or a
looking at. You said
success?
21. It was just a success.
Okay,
so he'll take half
target
damage.
becomes enfeebled 1.
Oh, enfeebled 1. All right.
Yes.
For those at home that don't know what enfeebled means, so he's on the ground already, right? Now he is also physically weakened. When enfeebled, you take a status penalty equal to the condition value to strength-based rolls and DCs, including strength-based melee attack rolls and strength-based damage rolls and athletic checks. So essentially, a -1 to all of my attack rolls,
Wow.
which is pretty powerful in Pathfinder. So
That's
Mhm.
nice.
additionally, he's currently on the ground, so he's taking lots of negatives. All right. And was that 2 actions?
So how do I know if that spell has uses 2 or not?
What was the spell? I can tell you.
Ray of enfeeblement.
It was 2 actions.
Okay, 2 actions.
One
Okay.
left.
Dang it.
Again, I'll just stay out of the way, moving behind the rock just to make sure
All
I'm
right.
not in range of attack.
You're never in the way, my love.
Oh my god, I knew it was coming. Okay.
Not the only thing.
So Keiko, Kakoa.
Yeah. Yeah. All the names.
So you can try removing yourself with an escape.
I would like to try to take the hook out of me. Please.
All right. Go ahead.
Would you like us to leave the room? Oh, she's a hooker.
19. What do I add to it?
For that, it is, I gotta remember, but I think it's athletics.
So 29.
She finessed her way out. of that.
29? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That'll pop you off. And you will
Yeah, it
land
will.
down next to him.
All right. Ow.
Additionally, you now have 3 actions left.
All right, because I'm hasted.
Yes.
Ah. Is he still flat-footed now that I'm back
He
on
is
the
now
ground?
well, he's prone. So he is flat-footed because of being prone.
Sneak attack. Sneak
Yep.
attack. Sneak attack.
Sneak attack, sneak.
Okay, rolling. That's a 27 to hit.
That will hit.
Ooh.
Okay,
Gosh,
so
dang. I feel bad for the skeleton.
6 points of damage,
What did he ever do to you?
Attacked
and then
us.
for my next one,
Almost killed us. I mean,
Is
to
that
be fair,
really
we did
not-
enter his room. So we were disturbing his
27 to hit.
We're
That will
breaking and
hit.
entering.
Breaking.
That's
No, you were
nice.
invited to come here.
Oops.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that'll hold up in court real well.
10 points of damage,
Okay. Oof.
and for my 4th action, because I
Yes.
am hasted,
Yes.
I am going to can I try to demoralize him?
You can. Well, he's already on the.
Alright.
No, he's already. I mean, you can, but it's a waste of an action.
Okay. Never mind. I won't do that.
Never mind.
I
I
guess
mean, truthfully,
I'll
he's at
try
negative
attacking him
2
again. I don't
AC.
know what
Yeah.
my
You-
I don't know what my to hit on my third attack would be.
On your
with
rapier?
this. No, this is the club still.
It's going to be +4.
+4. Okay.
Yep.
Let's see what I can do.
You can do it all. I believe in you.
21 to hit? 21.
That will miss.
Yeah. That's kind of.
All right. It's his turn. First action he'll take is to stand up.
Nope.
Second action with it because he is still enfeebled, but he will attack Jadron.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a -1.
Mm-hmm.
Does a
Yes.
28 hit? That's a yes.
Yep.
Okay. That'll be 20 points of damage.
My shield will take that.
Okay, good. And he'll do a second attack on you. Does a does a 30 hit?
Yeah, a 30 will hit.
So that'll be 16 points of damage.
And I'll take that.
And he's going to turn around and very quickly at Cacao. Does a 20 hits. 19.
That misses.
All right. All right. So it is now Jadron's turn. Shav Hunter, what do you mean it still won't hit? His shield would still be up.
Oof. Okay. I think I'm going to drink a healing potion.
Okay.
Because he's not looking great. So 2d8 plus 5.
Yeah, so Shav, in this, he actually has to use shield block to block with the shield. And take the damage of the shield. It's his choice whether or not to use that reaction. And you only get one reaction per turn.
That's 19 healing.
All right. That's
Yeah,
nice.
seriously. Okay, so that's my first action. And then swingity swinging.
Of course
With
you
the
are.
second one. I'm going to use a hero point.
Okay.
It was almost an 18, and then it went back to a 2.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. That's going to be a 32, I think.
That will hit.
Okay. And that will be, and this, of course, will be half damage. But
No, so
still...
Shav in PF2E, one of your actions can be raise a shield at the end of your turn, which is essentially preparing to take the damage.
13. So that's going to be 13 damage, half.
All right. Half of that?
Halved because it's slashing.
Gotcha. But it's not half. It's just minus. It's a little
it's not
different
like
here. It's
5e.
minus
Gotcha.
5. So it's
Yikes.
13 minus 5, which is
8.
8. Okay.
And at the end of this, he's going to raise his shield back up. That's what he can do.
All right. Elsir. Now, Elsir, like he gave me a couple turns worth of stuff, so this is great. Elsir is going to cast haste on Levana.
Oh,
So now Levana has
I have 4
haste
actions.
as well. So you have 4 actions.
For a minute?
Did Elsir ever cast that reaction thing on me?
No, and he
Okay.
should have, but he'll do it this next time around.
Okay, cool.
And then he moved around,
Thanks.
and actually he's going to move to right there. And that's his turn. Levana,
Shoot myself.
you have 4
so I have
actions.
4 actions. So I can use a wand, correct? And that would count as 1 action?
Yes.
Okay. So I will move, attack with my striking trident, and then move back. Or sorry, and then I'll cast with my wand, and then I'll move back. Does that work for 4
So let me
moves?
see. So you move. Oops. You move. Attack
Within-
with
to melee.
striding. Yep.
Yeah.
Attack
Attack
with
melee.
striding. So go ahead, do that for me.
Okay, so I'll attack first.
Yep.
With my trident. So I'm going to use my hero point to reroll again because I kind of know it's AC. 14 plus 8. 14 plus 8?
Yep.
8, 9, 10, 11,
22.
12, 22.
That will miss.
Okay. So as I come out to attack the skeleton with my trident, I miss. And I will, before retreating back to behind the rock, I will use between the two of them, just visually looking at them and just being a cleric, would I know which one looks more injured?
Yes, you would, and the skeleton is much more injured.
No. Between my two allies.
Oh, they look pretty close. Oh, no. Jadron is hurting much more. He's been beaten up on much more.
Okay, then I will use my Wand of Sanctuary on him.
Okay.
Which it says you ward a creature with protective energy that deters enemy attacks. The creatures attempting to attack that target must attempt a will save each time.
Yes.
Yeah. So then it'll deter the skeleton from attacking him.
Yes.
And you need to make a. Oh yes. Okay. Here we go. So every time I guess the will save here, it tells you every time what happens when you make a will.
So
save. So is that based on my spell? Or is that on?
Yeah, so it'll be a will save.
Okay.
Based on your
spellcaster.
Spellcast. Yep.
Okay, so 21.
Yep. And that will happen. So
it says a critical failure. The creature wastes an action and cannot attempt to attack the target for the rest of the sanctuary's duration. A failure would be the creature can't attack the target and wastes an action, and can't attempt further attacks until the target's turn. And then success, a creature can attempt to attack and any other attacks. And then critical success would be the sanctuary ends.
And that works.
Okay.
And then you're going to move behind the boulder again?
Yes, please.
All right. Keiko, 4 actions.
Take him out.
Gotta pick a different die. This one is not.
Wreck that booty, Keiko. Tear him up.
With this.
Don't tear him up too much.
All right, club coming in. Boom. That is a 26 to hit.
26. That will hit.
And I still flat-footed, right?
He is to you, yes.
So sneak attack still going on. That's 10 points of damage.
Okay.
Okay, so then my next one is a 9. Really good. 27 to hit.
That will hit.
Sneak attack. It's only 5 points of damage.
You said 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm going to. Yep. Okay. And she's going to use her last 2 actions to cast Electric Arc and send electricity through this skeleton.
All right.
So he has to make a reflex 21 save.
21. He rolled a 21. So half damage.
Half.
I rolled all 4s, so that's gonna be 12.
This is electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Minus another 5, so it'll be 1 point of damage.
No.
Come on.
All right. That ends your turn, I believe.
Yeah.
I guess.
He looks
I
at
suppose.
he looks at Jadron first, and he's gonna have to take his will save, right? For Sanctuary.
Mm-hmm.
So does a 26 save?
He also has to make a will. Oh yeah, will save. What did you say? Sorry.
26.
26. Yeah, he'd save.
Yeah, 21.
That's a success.
Yeah, it's a success.
But it's not a
Right.
critical success, so I don't know what the
Yes.
difference might be.
So-
critical success would the sanctuary would end.
So
he can
sanctuary
attempt to-
stays. Yeah, so I have to do this every time I attack. So now
Yeah.
comes the attack roll. Does a... Oh, that's terrible.
DC 21.
No, I already beat that.
The first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the actual attack now.
Okay.
And it's a 24.
That will miss.
I know, that's what I thought. He's going to do another attack on you. Will save first. Duh. You said 21 for the
21.
save?
Yeah. DC 21. Yeah.
20.
So
Oh,
he
nice.
failed.
So you failed.
So that
you can
action
target-
is wasted, and I can't wasted. I can't attack him again. So he'll turn to Cacao.
No.
Does a... Oh, that was a terrible roll. All of a sudden, I can't roll.
Yes.
Good.
Does a 15 hits?
No.
His turn is over.
She's just becoming Penguin from Batman.
Jadron,
No kidding.
it
Slow.
is your turn.
Yes, I'm going to get a swung in.
Okay.
That's a 30 to hit.
It'll hit.
That'll be... that's for 13 damage, so 8 again. So now he's going to take another swing.
Describe it.
Ah!
Yes. 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 Take that thing down.
As he swings at Jadron, once hitting, not hitting, right? He didn't hit
No,
either
he
time.
He
missed
did not. The
because of the
second
sensuous.
swing did
Slams
not hit.
into the shield, and then the second time hits into the ground next to him. As then the blade is pulled around towards, or the belly hook, the gaff towards Kako, and he sees it glance off of Kako, or she dodges it. He's like, no, he's gonna move forward and just slice and push through this giant skeleton with the bones flying around him.
Clink, 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 clink.
And he'll be standing in front of Kako and just, are you all right? Ow, ow.
I've been better.
Good to hear.
You stand in the room. Kaulo hops precariously across the lid of the nearly empty treasure chest. Oh, wait a minute. I started reading that too soon. Kaulo leads you for almost an hour through a dimly lit chamber. Thin shafts of light continued to peek out from behind the curtain. You arrive in a chamber. And in that chamber, there's a handful of old corroded copper coins and a few silver pieces. Kaulo lands atop the chest. He hops precariously across the lid of the nearly empty treasure chest as the voice of Captain Renlock echoes from its metal beak once more. My friends, you truly were the finest crew I ever had the pleasure of sailing with. And I am sorry to say that the promised treasure was a ruse. I hope you will forgive me, but I turned it over to the Andorran captain in exchange for his promise to be lenient on all of you. That treasure bought your freedom, and I can't think of a finer purchase. The bird grows silent for a moment before leaping off the chest to perch atop the moldering drapery on the far side of a chamber. The voice continues. But fear not, my friends.
Because an old pirate like me always has one more secret. And this one is for you. With that, the parrot tugs the curtain, which falls away to reveal a short passage that leads to a secret cove hidden on the far side of the island. There, sitting above the waves in a dry dock, is the glorious sailing sloop in near perfect condition. The parrot continues, I had a few enchantments cast to make sure it was ready for you when the time was right. The ship is yours. Take it and see the world that I never did. And with that, we end the Sundered Waves.
Yay! Before you end, Levana will look over at Elsir and be like, "Do you want to be captain? Here's your time to shine."
Jadron will drive the dagger he's been holding for all of these years into Levana's ribcage. No.
We were supposed to be lovers.
Now, if you all need to leave, feel free to. I know I'm going to show the fan art real quick because we have multiple
Yay.
pieces.
Yes,
Not
we do.
one, but
Not
multiple
two.
pieces. And so I am going to pull those up. I mean, there's like, oh my gosh, there's 4.
He did each
One
of
for
the
each,
fours.
right?
Yeah.
Yep.
He did one for each.
Yes, he
Oh,
did.
that's awesome.
So let me download those real quick. I want to
Huzzah.
apologize for going a bit long tonight. I did not realize that the puzzles would actually take as long as they
Some of the
did.
puzzles were easier than others.
Indeed.
Those are hard.
No,
And
you
it's-
guys did great.
My
Yes.
poor brain.
When you get toward the end of the stream and you're like, we have to do this quickly, we have to do this quickly. Hurry up. Panic!
Panic.
Do you want to come
I was
sit?
like, I must get them through. I must.
Less
Um,
ominous music, please. Time for happy tunes.
Oh yeah, I gotta get to my happy tunes. I actually have happy tunes set. It's all this multitasking I'm doing right now. That's in.
You had Josh.
Oops, I cut that sound real quick.
Hold your
Yeah, seriously.
Hold it.
I
You wanna
don't.
hold my
I don't
beholder?
do puzzles.
You are a girl of great taste.
You are a girl with great taste. A girl
There
after
we
my
go.
own heart.
All right,
love her
so
so
now
much.
to pull up the images as they were.
stickly teeth. Mm-hmm.
Love her so much. I
It's your
just want to
finger
squeeze her.
inside.
It's too bad she doesn't like good monsters.
All right,
Beg your pardon?
Does it tickle?
it does often actually. So here we have Keiko, the chocolate rogue.
Dragon too.
You want my dragon too?
Additionally,
Chocolate rain.
we have. Oh, why didn't those download? The other ones. Let me try downloading the other ones.
Gosh dang it, Terry.
Keiko downloaded. Apparently, he's fine.
Cacao. Cacao.
Cacao. Gosh.
Cacao.
Let's see.
It's an owl.
Oh, he's over here as well.
D&D imposter, it's okay. I think you're just wrong.
Why won't they download?
Oh,
Oh, I can do it this way. That works. Here we have Levana. Oops.
Rap queen.
So you're gonna trap the owl,
Yes, you are. Indeed.
and I'm gonna try to get it out.
I agree. Wholeheartedly. Yes. Yes, save. So here is Levana, the rap queen. Then we have Elsir. The misunderstood malcontent. And then we finish with Jadron. The insufferable.
Yes. Where is he? Let me see him.
He's
me see my boy.
right there. They're all just jealous.
Yeah. He looks like Tarzan.
Ah. So I got to do this at the very end. But if you've enjoyed the show, but you haven't followed,
No.
if you are a follower, but you haven't subscribed,
Mhm.
if you're a subscriber who happened to let their subscription pass, we have one question for you.
Sing.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Nah. So I want to thank my players tonight. You guys were fantastic, especially those that have not done Pathfinder 2E that much. So thank you very much. And I think that's all we have for tonight.
And
Evelyn,
is
am
it
I
Tuesday
forgetting
yet?
anything?
We could raid somebody.
We can. Who shall we raid?
That
Let's see.
person.
That
Be right
person. Well,
Yep.
Goblin Cave is live right now with 3
We also got
viewers.
Praetor
Oh,
They're- and they're-
Rejects.
I love Goblin Cave.
But they're not doing Pathfinder 2E tonight.
What are they
Praetor's
doing?
Rejects. They're doing a board game.
Oh
Pandemic.
yeah, no. Let's.
And then
let's do
Praetor's
it.
Rejects
Praetor's
is
Rejects is
Dungeons
doing
Dragons.
Dragons.
Initiative order.
Yeah.
We could do Praetor's Rejects. Who-
Let's go raid Praetor's
we haven't
Rejects.
done them in a while, have we?
No. So let's go raid them.
Okay.
Yay.
All right.
Page 4.
Okay.
Oh, you already
Getting
did
ready
it.
to raid.
You're
Getting
faster
ready to
than me.
raid. I'm a pro.
So thank you all for coming out tonight.
Mess around.
We will be back. Goblin Cave TV is awesome. Check them out, Excel.
Yes.
They're fantastic.
They do lots
they
of
rated
Pathfinder 2E.
they raid us and we raid them over on Roll for Perception. Make sure you check out twitch.tv/Machiked. That's where we do Pathfinder 2E every Monday night. And then, of course, we'll be back with Greyhawk Awakening next Tuesday night at our regularly scheduled time.
Over.
Additionally, tomorrow night, make sure you check out Lord Masters Arcanum, where they are talking about role play. And I believe I've been invited, but I'm not certain.
You have been.
I have
It's true.
officially been
Yes,
invited.
Type of
you've
role
been
play.
invited.
So I will
Oh.
be.
BDSM.
Oh, that's what time is that? Evelyn?
It should be 5:45. It's just 6:45 your time.
Okay, I'll make things work. And yeah, so that's what we're doing this week.
Yeah.
And then Sunday, are you guys back with Sundays?
Sunday is a question mark right now, so we
All right.
don't know what has happened on Sunday quite yet, but we'll let y'all know.
Also, we
It'll
got
be up.
Children of Dirt on Monday nights.
Children
at
of
Yes.
Dirt on
7:30 Eastern.
Monday.
Just make sure you
Okay.
check them out. And that's
What's
at twitch.tv/NPC Voices.
PC.
All right, now we're gonna raid, or it's gonna auto raid. Bye. Tell me when. Yep, we're raided.
It's gone.
Okay, so I can stop
He's
stream.
gone.